All right, it is 7 o'clock. I am calling the select board to order. I'm just going to go over our meeting tonight. Public comment, liaison, town manager reports, close the warrant for the state election. We're voting on a new liquor license for New England Barrel Company. Town accountant quarterly update from Sharon, discuss multi-unit tiered water rates. Also Sharon and hopefully the consultant. Update on our Arpa funds. And recreation and Reading Pickleball Play Association. Discussion on Simon's Way. Update on the parking kiosks rollout. And a discussion amongst the board if one of us wants to be a designee for ACE, the new ad hoc committee, future agendas, and approved meeting minutes. So can you let me know when Melissa's on? So not now, but you know, for any votes. So you can do roll call.
Yeah, so we can do roll call.
Okay, so public comment. Did a lot. Can you have a show of hands? All right, so I'm gonna grab the sheet and just go from there. And if I call your name and you don't want to speak, you don't have to.
Taking a breath.
All right, so we have a lot. I'm gonna use my phone. I'm not gonna cut anybody off, but when you hear the ding, that's your 2 minutes, and then please wrap up. So again, you don't have to speak. I'm just going by order. John Sullivan.
John Sullivan, 8 Sanborn Street. As you know, we're here talking about tiered water rates for multifamily housing. We just got my unit at the postmark. We just got our most recent bill, and it shows some of the problems we have with multifamily tiered rates. In that we have 53 units, one of which is a heavy water user, the post-1917 restaurant. And as a matter of fact, they are 45% of our water usage, which throws the other 52 units into the top tier. Now, when I look at our internal meters, we have 46 of the 53 units are in tier 1. We have 4 units in tier 2. 1 creeped into tier 3 by just a few 100 cubic feet. And of course, the restaurant. The restaurant this month was 182 cubic feet. Whereas our total was 430 100 cubic feet. So 45% of our bill. So the net effect is, if we just average the 53 units, the average usage is 800 cubic feet, which is tier 1 for everyone. And even if we take the restaurant out, then we are 5.25. So everyone, on average, is in tier 1. Yet everyone is paying, well, for water, tier 5 is $12.50. We are paying $12.41 as our blended rate. For sewer, it is $12. We are paying $11.91. So I know this was brought up at town meeting, and you were asked to look into this, and I hope you're going to discuss that tonight and come up with a solution. I know we proposed, Mr. Zeke proposed back then, software solutions. As a software developer, I see who has worked in utility systems, it's pretty simple as far as I can see. Obviously, got into the code, it'd be a little bit more complex, but I hope you're doing it. At least a pilot project seems to be something that's popular to see what can be done. And I'd like to see something done at this in your response at town meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Eilish?
Can we let Rachel go first? I requested to go first.
Oh, sure.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rachel O'Neill.
currently live at 13 Evans Drive in Wilmington, but I own a business at 10 Brandy Court in Reading, the flower shop of Eric's. I was born and raised in Reading, still have a lot of family ties here, proud to own a business in Reading. I understood that changes to the parking needed to be made years ago when this planning began, and I was aware that there would be a huge adjustment to how we navigated running our day-to-day business. I've tried to stay positive the last few years, but now, just a few weeks into the change, I have some serious concerns for my business and our customers. I 100% agree that something needed to be done to open up the parking spaces, and the moving of employee parking out of the lot that we are in has helped tremendously. We have managed to stay busy with our delivery orders, however, our walk-in and pickup orders have decreased drastically. We typically average 12 to 16 walk-in or pickup orders a day this time of year. We are now averaging 2 to 3. Our overall sales for this type of customer are close to 90% down from this exact time last year. Our delivery orders are the only thing keeping us going. My business cannot survive on this alone, especially as we enter what is usually all of our busiest time of the year for the small businesses downtown. To have our doors open to customers, for that random walk-by customer that might stop in and check out your shop for the first time, maybe make a purchase, maybe that purchase is a big one. We won't get that this season, and that's terrifying. My concern is not just about my bottom line, but it's about my customers. We recently had an elderly couple that had wanted to order flowers in person for a loved one's funeral and ended up calling us after leaving the lot. They didn't know where to park or understand how to use the kiosks. We took their order by phone. Thankfully, I did not lose this customer or sale, but I wonder how many I have. I guess I'll judge it by the cars that drive by, seeing the new parking signs, and drive directly out of the lot. I pride my shop at the care we give to grieving families with personal attention and one-on-one meetings to make sure they feel in good hands when it comes to their funeral flowers. The spaces directly in front of our shop remain 2-hour spaces. I was hopeful that customers and my delivery van would be able to still use the space in front to load up or grab and go with an arrangement as we have for years. Now the spaces are almost always taken up with cars taking advantage of the free 2 hours and the convenience of not using the kiosks. Our delivery van has needed to double park multiple times lately to load up. And when we have a large funeral or a large amount of orders, this could take up to 20 minutes. In the beginning of the planning, I spoke to Ben Cares about this concern, and he was on board looking into a 15 or 30-minute loading zone, customer parking only for the front of my space. I don't think that's something, I'm not being selfish, I think all businesses deserve that. The kiosks were delayed and then delayed again, and we never circled back on the steps to make that happen. I believe the town is charged a transaction fee whenever the kiosks are used. I could be wrong. Even if they don't pay for that free hour. Wouldn't the town benefit from no transaction fee and possible parking tickets while these spots are being enforced? The businesses that will be affected the most in all of this will be the grab and go. They will go somewhere else, and I think they already have. If sales continue in this direction, I'm not sure how much longer we can survive in this space. Summers are super quiet, and we rely on our September through December holiday sales to carry us through the slow months of winter. If you could please pause this now, revisit it, figure out something else, but we need a pause. I don't know how much longer our small businesses can actually survive. We are already up against an election year, inflation on cost of goods, and a slow economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. Eilish?
Hi all. My name is Eilish Havey. I'm a resident of North Reading, but I have a business, Monronty Tavern, at 620 Main Street.
I just have some bullet points. I know the others are speaking, telling stories like Rachel and stuff, but I just wanted to remind myself to get as much out as quickly as possible. So here's what I had down. I said, let me start off by saying that almost 10 years in business now, we literally have not had a single complaint from customers about the lack of parking. Lunchtime business is down approximately 50% now since the meters went live. We still have to carry our normal staff costs to open our door with no customers. We've literally lost some regular customers who have told us that they will absolutely not use the kiosk or the app to park anywhere in Reading. Staff members' credit card, Friday was her first double. She was working during the day and the evening, so she logged on onto the app using the link on the kiosk. She put in all her information, her credit card information, her license number and everything, then to be forwarded to another app that was asking for some kind of subscription. She called her credit card company and they said, it's already been blocked. We know now because there's so many of these the scams attached to that website that the link is for. So they said the charge is already blocked. So how many other people is that happening to? And she just happened to query it straight away when it led her there. So that's an issue. One of our concerns is if this pay to park is still enforced and we continue to have customers who are boycotting, basically parking downtown, we may be forced to close during lunchtime because of our costs and the losses involved in it. And then if we close during lunchtime, it could lead us to lose staff members because there's not enough hours for them to work. It's going to be a roll-on effect. In my opinion, Reading does not have enough downtown businesses to attract people to Reading who are prepared to pay for the parking, like Andover or Salem or whatever, where they have multiple businesses and people want to go all around. So they understand they're going to have to pay to park. Reading is not one of those towns. We have a tiny, tiny, tiny little business community. And they're not going to park to pay there. They're just going to go somewhere else. We've entered our busiest time of the year, as Rachel said, after every crippling summer. So to implement this is now added to another blow to our economy. We implore the board to cease operation of the pay to park until all glitches, etc., are fixed. Get feedback from residents about their opinion on the issue, and please take the losses incurred by our small downtown businesses seriously. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Julie?
Hi, my name is Julie Centrella. I'm the owner of Anya's Boutique. We're located at 662 Main Street, and our entrance is adjacent to the upper CVS paid parking lot. I'm a Reading resident and have lived here for 22 years. While I understand that the changes to the parking situation needed to be addressed, I firmly believe that the implementation of the paid parking is not the solution that we need. We were aware that the changes were coming, and last year several businesses, including mine, expressed concern to the old economic developer who has left and to members of the town about the timing, particularly since they wanted to start this in the fourth quarter. The town agreed last year to postpone the changes until June. Well, that didn't happen, and here we are a year later, and the paid parking has been implemented right at the start of our busiest season. Coming off one of the worst summer seasons of my business, and I know for several of other businesses, September was off to a really promising retail start. That all came to a screeching halt on September 23rd. With the new parking plan in effect, my weekly business has declined Monday through Friday by 70%. That is a huge number. We have gone from averaging 10 to 15 customers that walk in a day to now we're lucky if we have 5 or 8. Yesterday I had 2 and today I had 5. October, November, December are the busiest months that we prepare for. We have heavy inventory and we don't have anyone walking in the doors. I anticipated that people would have some pushback and customers had talked about it before it happened, but I didn't realize people have just been saying, I refuse to pay for parking downtown, I'll go somewhere else. And I don't know what you expect the small businesses to say to that. I realized that the point was to turn over parking spots, but now during Monday through Friday, that lot is probably not at 10% capacity. I've taken some pictures and sent them to the new economic developer. One day there was 2 cars in the lot, one was mine. So there's definitely a need to do something. It's my understanding that the data to make these parking lots paid lots was gathered in 2019. Well, we all know the world has changed since 2019. The retail landscape has changed tremendously. People have shifted to online, and small shops like mine have to compete with Amazon, Shein, and countless others that are at the click of the finger. In Reading, after the pandemic, we had to deal with 2 years, 2.5 years maybe, of countless constructions, streets being ripped up, and we had a huge project in our parking lot, 18 Woburn Street, that severely impacted our business last holiday season, with things like coming to work in the morning and not realizing the parking lot was closed for the day on a Thursday or Friday. So it's been a long time dealing with these things. And as a Reading resident, it pains me to say this, and I've heard it for years, that Reading is not a business-friendly town. And after my experiences over the past few years, I wholeheartedly agree with this. It has been a constant uphill battle with no support from the town. As a small business, we contribute significantly to our community. I've supported over 47 local initiatives in the past year alone, and this was all that I was off the top of my head, things that I donate to regularly. Sports teams, the schools, fundraisers, whenever there's a community member in need, we're there to donate whatever they need. When people seek donations, they often turn to the small shops, and I find it hard to say no, as I know a lot of my colleagues do. However, I don't see that same level of support from this town for the small businesses that support this community. When they rolled out the parking, why wasn't there a campaign encouraging residents to shop local during the new parking? It was not rolled out effectively. People didn't understand that this was so that more people could park in the lots. People are saying to us, the town doesn't need any more money, we pay enough in taxes. They're not even getting the point because it was not communicated effectively. Why isn't the town, want to provide an assistance to help us thrive and maintain a vibrant downtown? About 10, 12 years ago, when I first started, there used to be shop local, come downtown. There hasn't been anything like that in years, which is fine. We do a great job doing it ourselves. But, in other towns like Wellesley, Andover, which I know we're not, there's no support for us. And in order for us to continue to support this community, they need to support us back. So in closing, the town has acknowledged that the kiosk signage is unclear and difficult to read. They have acknowledged that it's challenging, particularly for our elderly community members. I have personally gone out and helped so many people this week because I know if my mother was doing it, she wouldn't have been able to figure it out. And it's not right. They're only trying to pick up their prescription from CVS, and they're flustered. In the past 2 weeks, when I've been communicating with the Select Board and Economic Development, we have heard that we need to wait and see. We need to see how it's being perceived and how it's working. Well, we are all here to tell you that for many businesses, we can't wait any longer to see how it's going. It's not going. People are refusing to come downtown and park in those parking lots. So I urge you to pause the paid parking immediately, make the necessary adjustments, and avoid penalizing the retailers during our busiest season of the year. Together, let's try and work towards a plan that supports both the community and the small businesses. That's what we would like to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Amy?
Hi, Hi, my name is Amy Collins, and I'm the owner of Good Hearts Children's Shop for the last 10 years and Love Struck, a tween boutique, for the last 2. I grew up in Reading and have many great memories of this community in my childhood and as a business owner. Some of my favorites as an owner have been participating in the fall fairs where hundreds of children enjoyed petting farm animals under our awning or decorating gingerbread cookies in our store at the tree lighting event. We gladly spent the money and contributed to these community building events. But the last 4 years have taken their toll and we are no longer able to do these things. Costs on all of our products have rose considerably and have never gone back down. Shipping and freight has skyrocketed. We used to pride ourselves on bringing in any special order a customer needed, but we can no longer afford to. And supply costs have soared. It now costs me an average of $6 to gift wrap a gift for a customer, including box and tissue and wrap. And these are the unique touches that only small businesses do. Now the parking situation of kiosks comes along and it's the last straw on top of everything that the cautious economy is going through right now, and we are barely scraping by. This feels like we're being kicked while we're already down. The last 2 holiday seasons, we have endured the construction of 18 Woburn Street in our back parking lot. The barriers were put up around the building literally the morning of Shop the Block, our biggest night of the year in December of 2022. No one had given us any communication that that was going to happen that day. Over the next 2 years, the promise that the construction workers were leasing spaces down the street and would be carpooling to 18 Woburn Street was never kept. There was consistently a half a dozen or more construction vehicles in the lot on any given weekday. So 2024 comes and this project has been completed. We believe we have a shot at a normal holiday season to offset the troubling sales that we have endured. And now the paid parking begins. The rollout of this program has been a disaster. Honestly, I believe much of our sales drop this summer can already be attributed to this. A big sign was put into the lot in June saying that the program was about to start. But when it didn't start, nobody told anybody that. I think a lot of the residents believe this has been rolled out for some time now and are already avoiding the downtown area. I did, and Julie answered the question, wanted to know when the traffic study was done, because the retail and economic landscape has greatly changed over the last 2 to 3 years. How is the success of this program going to be measured? We look at an empty lot every day, but we don't even know how many cars are pulling in and just pulling out without even going to deal with it. I don't know how to measure that. I'd love to know the cost of these kiosks and the commitment the town has given to acquire and maintain them. And also the strategy as to where the collected funds from the kiosks are going. I know the residents of Reading deserve an explanation of that too. I don't believe that a town like Reading, the residents here, the $4 really bothers anybody. It's that they don't, it's the inconvenience. It's that it is a nuisance and an inconvenience to park. And so many of our customers are seniors or families struggling, like especially our customers, they're coming down with toddlers and strollers. We also have the majority of our customers coming from other towns and they pull in and they're completely caught off guard. We don't rely solely on Reading customers. There has been no education or shared reasoning to the residents. I believe that they just think this is another money grab by the town. An explanation to them would probably clear up a lot of anger. Anger that they express as, well, I'm not going down there anymore, and who is that hurting? Just your small businesses. I have days in Good Hearts the last 2 weeks that we haven't even made $200 a day. And this is October, not July. Despite everything I have mentioned, we still have not turned down one request for a donation to a school PTO, youth sports team, fundraiser for a health issue, none of them. We have said no to anybody. As a Reading business owner, I feel like this town, we are never considered. We're constantly taken for granted, and that feeling is not one that I plan to tolerate much longer. I understand why the town would want a wait and see approach. Obviously, a financial commitment was made, but the time to wait and see would have been rolled out over this summer, not fourth quarter. This doesn't consider us at all. That's why we're feeling this way. I ask that the program be discontinued at the risk that if not, there's no need to turn over parking spaces because there'll be no small businesses left to shop or places to visit for a meal. And if this parking program does get resolved, I hope that being here tonight and bringing these challenges to your attention, you realize a large campaign needs to be done just to bring everybody back. Thank you.
Thank you. Mina? Something Bucco? What?
Nora.
Nora? Oh, sorry. No, okay. John Lyons?
No.
No, okay. Barbara? Mary Ann Kieran?
No.
No. Nancy?
No.
Marilyn?
Yes.
Always happy for a chance to be heard. Hi, I'm Marilyn Shapley, 11 John Carver Road, Precinct 7. I am a member of the Council on Aging, but tonight I'm speaking only in my capacity. I'm not representing the Council on Aging. So I'm here as a resident and a taxpayer. The Select Board agenda includes a potential vote on reallocation of American Rescue Plan Act funds, and the packet for tonight's meeting indicates that $80,000 may be taken from a line item identified as senior programs and feasibility study. I'm here tonight to strongly object to any vote on this matter being taken tonight, and I'm not sure if that's your intention, but just in case, and to request broader input on this matter. Here's my reasoning. First, it's well known that additional funds are required to continue work on the Senior Center/Community Center, also known as RECAL. This is work that would be beyond the work that is currently contracted with BH+A. We need more money to finish it. So before pulling something out of something that sounds like community center, I would ask that this be considered, and I don't see evidence. It may have, but I don't see evidence as a taxpayer. As a resident, I would expect to see input from the Council on Aging, Elder Services, the Public Building Committee, the Department of Health, and the Finance Committee, all stakeholders in this, before any part of funding allocated for senior programs and the feasibility study is reallocated. All of these groups are key stakeholders in this. In addition, as a taxpayer, I request that the proposed Senior Center/Community Center, aka RECAL, be included in the other potential uses listed on page 94 of the year-to-date budget report in tonight's packet. I think that's a big oversight to not have that there. Potential reallocation of these funds may seem like a relatively minor budget adjustment to some, but in reality, that's not the case. And in my opinion, it would jeopardize work that is long overdue in building a solid infrastructure for the town's rapidly growing age 60-plus population. Thank you.
Thank you. Where are we? Anne Marie?
Hi, good evening. Anne Marie Bork, live on Haverhill Street, and I am a board member of the Friends of Reading Seniors 60+, a new nonprofit whose mission is to advocate and fundraise for services and activities that enhance the dignity of seniors, support their independence, and encourage social interaction. RECALC actually recommended the formation of a Friends organization to assist the town in fundraising, as it was concerned the town could not support the enhanced services provided by temporary Arpa funds. The 460+ board saw the need to add the important function of advocacy to its mission, because here in our town, advocating for seniors is a lot more important than fundraising at the moment. Reading is a wonderful town in which to raise a family, but despite two costly studies by UMass Gerontology Institute, recommendations by the Council on Aging, RECAL, and the Office of Equity and Social Justice, Reading is not yet a wonderful town to age in place. This age group is growing at a faster pace than expected, while the less than 17 age group is declining. What is the town's strategic plan to address the change in demographics? A few facts. The Department of Elder and Human Services budget and staffing are far below that of peer communities by hundreds of thousands of dollars. The Pleasant Street Center is embarrassingly inadequate. The building is old, feels old, smells, when the heat comes on, and is like a repository for those who no longer matter. Space limitations prevent many from attending. They have wonderful functions. They do an incredible job with what they have to work with, but there are 25 to 30 people on a list because they cannot fit any more people in the room. The nurse advocate position has been diluted rather than enhanced by combining it with the role of the public health nurse. Reading is the only community among its peers of all of our surrounding communities that has no outreach coordinator to meet the growing need of frail elders living at home and their caregivers, who are also elders caring for their family here in the community. Reading is yet to join our neighboring communities in becoming an age-friendly community, which is a state initiative. The need for a new senior center was identified by the Council on Aging in 2015 and since supported by ReCalc, the Office of Equity and Social Justice. The need for a new Killam School was identified in 2022. The Killam School project in price tag has expanded beyond the original intent and is eclipsing the critical need for a new center for active living. The town manager identifies Killam as the #1 priority. No longer is ReCalc an equal priority. The age 60 residents want to see equity in the use of their tax dollars. All we've seen thus far is money spent on studies, committee work, recommendation, and now a discussion about an entirely new plan of combining forces with North Reading. It's time to stop kicking the can down the road. We need to do something.
Thank you. Susan?
Yes,
Yes. Joanne?
that was me.
That is.
I just don't speak loud enough. We never would have heard her.
John?
Yes, John Costigan,
Yes.
75 Mill Street.
Come to the podium, please. Come to the podium, please.
Oh, podium.
If you're gonna speak, thank you.
John Costigan, 75 Mill Street. I would just like to say that I'm speaking in support of Anne Marie's statement. I've lived in town for 32 years now, raised a family, have volunteered hundreds of hours in town, most recently on the Board of Health in Reading. And I think we deserve a place where we can congregate, and I think it's just, it would be a good thing for the town, and I firmly support their statement.
Thank you. All right, two left. Janet?
Pass.
Yes. Tara? Oh, yeah.
Good evening, Tara Gregory, Pleasant Street. I want to express my dismay at the priorities of this board and issues with the lack of information select board packets dating back to April of this year when Mr. Bashi became chair. Tiered water rates was enacted by this board last year as a measure to encourage water conservation. As expected, there are some issues that need to be worked out, namely the rates at which multi-unit homes are charged for water. It's disappointing that it was brought up during both election cycles this past spring, and neither candidate looked to resolve the issue when the discussion of water rates occurred at the June 4th meeting earlier this year. But the rates went up anyways. I say this because residents have been asking this body to address the concerns regarding multi-unit homes and tiered water rates for over a year, with an instructional motion brought to and passed by members of subsequent town meeting last November. Why is it that the discussion and vote on a second water meter program happened before addressing the issue that affects more residents in town? Why was there no information regarding the topic available in the select board packet prior to the discussion? How were select board members able to prepare to discuss and vote in the same meeting without having enough information about any program that was to be proposed? How are residents supposed to stay informed when the information seems to be hidden? How can residents maintain confidence in their elected officials when the information is not forthcoming? I know that multi-unit tiered water rates are on the agenda tonight, but once again, there is no information in the packet available to direct the conversation. There's also a presentation prepared by Recreation and Reading Pickleball Player Association. However, that presentation is not available in the packet. This is very troubling when there's a conflict of interest, as Mr. Bocci is a paid pickleball instructor that works in Reading. I appreciate the feature that the town website has that allows residents to sign up for email notifications when various notices are posted by the town or various boards and committees. However, the last 3 select board packets have not been push notifications. I hope that town staff can look to correct that error, and that the chair of this board will provide more information in future select board packets. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room that would like to speak that's didn't get a chance to sign in? Yep.
Linda Snow Docket. What is my name? Linda Snow Doxer, Beaver Road. I first of all wanted to say thank you very much, Select Board, for passing 5-0 the ACE Committee, which is the committee that will end up with an annual event which will educate and engage the town in Bill Russell's legacy. His legacy on the court, his legacy off the court. I wanted to thank you very much for supporting that, and I'm thrilled. I'd like to thank Mrs. Wellman for putting it on the website and encourage people to look at the charge, look at the information, and let people know that there are many, many ways to get involved. Whether you are a member that will be appointed by the select board, or whether you will be a designate by one of the departments in town, whether you will just be, and there's no just actually, whether you'll be someone that just attends the meetings to make sure that your voice and your ideas are heard. We'd really love to encourage you to be there, to share your ideas, to get involved. There will be many tasks and many needs when the event is being realized, and this ACE committee will be the first, the commemoration committee will be the first to do the first event. So we want to encourage you to get involved. And we also wanted to make sure the select board knows that there are options. We know how busy you are. We would absolutely love it if one of you were on the committee, but there are options for you and the other committees who have the opportunity to designate someone for the committee. So if none of you are able to handle the work and the devotion that will be necessary, and it will be a devotion of love, then you can designate, and there are many volunteers. You saw them rise at the June 18th meeting. There are many volunteers who are glad to be on the committee, to hear what you need to say, to come to select board meetings and report back what the ACE committee is learning and planning to do, and then go back and forth to make sure that your voices are heard. So I just wanted to thank you. I wanted to encourage people to get informed and get involved. And I'm so excited for our town in having this annual event and this chance to grow with all of our populations. So thank you very much.
Caitlin, anyone on Zoom that wants to speak?
There's a lot of people on Zoom, but no one raising their hand.
All right, if anybody is on Zoom that wants to speak, just shout out real quick. If you can't use the raise hand function. Alrighty, I'm gonna call it. All right. So next we have liaison and town manager reports. And I just want to set the record straight. I know public comment is a one-way street, but when any of us get mentioned and it's incorrect, I would allow them to speak. So I am not a pickleball instructor in Reading. Never have been, never will be as a board member. So I want to get that out there. And I do apologize. There was only one picture in the packet for the presentation, and it should have been the whole presentation. So that is on us. And, liaison reports, Karen?
just have 3 items. So I was happy to participate in the culmination of all the work that went into the Mount Soames Morgan project. And it was an incredible day, and the weather cooperated, and I'm encouraged by all the residents that are just getting out there and enjoying it. And if you haven't had a chance there, this is the time to go. The walking trails, birds, the leaves are turning. It's a jewel. It's amazing. So the new entrance is on Willow Street, but you can also access it via Hunt on foot. I had an opportunity to stop by Arts Fest over the weekend. Is that Saturday? Okay, thank you.
Guys, can you go outside, please, and talk? Thank you.
A lot of great groups there, and I appreciate everyone's participation. It was a lovely day. And I just wanted to let people know, I've been wondering about this. We have a wonderful book called At Wood End, and it is full of the history of this community, going back decades. So there are still copies, and keep asking the question. I think if you inquire at the clerk's office, we can get you a copy for sale.
You can purchase one at the clerk's office.
At the clerk's office? Thank you. So you can inquire to buy copies of At Wood End at the clerk's office. They're hardbound, they're beautiful. And all the proceeds benefit the Reading Preservation Trust. In addition, we have local authors who wrote Images of America and Reading. And those proceeds for that historical book also go to support the Parker Tavern and its maintenance and the Antiquarian Society. So if you're new to the community and you'd like to learn more about our history and how we got here, those are 2 great resources. I participated in the Athletics Naming Facility Committee meeting earlier this week. We have 2 petitioners, coaches Vaccaro and Hardy, and they're proposing, or they're asking the naming committee and the school committee to consider naming Turf 2 and Floor 2 after those coaches on their behalf. And both of those candidates I was very impressed by the long service to the town and to the kids. So that was a great opportunity. Melissa and I are in the process of scheduling a second VASC round of interviews. It's looking like early November, so that will be posted, and that will be a major catch-up for committees at that point. And let's see, tomorrow I am planning to stop by the Pleasant Street Center where there will be lunch and learn on the topic of trash talk. So our awesome trash barrels will be there, and as usual, I'm sure that lunch is going to be awesome and it'll be a full house. So encourage everyone to attend the Pleasant Street Center. You probably need to get there by 11:30. Thank you. That's it.
Thanks. The trash barrels won't be speaking though, actually, right?
I don't think so.
Okay. So a couple of updates. One is back to the Reading Center for Active Living recal. The next step in the process was to hire an owner's project manager. We have successfully negotiated a contract and they are now on board. A group called, I keep doing this wrong, TTH. Heary. Turner and Townsend Heary. Right, okay. So they are now on board, and some kickoff meetings will start taking place, starting even later this week and then next week to get that started. The other big activity related to that is that the town has now, I believe, is under contract to do some testing down at Simon's Way, testing of soil. Ideally taking place, I'm looking over here as I'm doing this, in October, so sometime this month, with results hopefully available in the early part of November. Am I reading things about right?
I'm looking at my staff.
I think it's in 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Yeah, October 23rd is when they're coming out to do the digging.
Okay, so October 23rd, they do the testing, and then with the results, hopefully the town will hear back a few weeks after that. So that, I think, will start to answer some of the open questions that we have as it relates to what can be done at that location. And then as the Permanent Building Committee is evaluating sites now with the help of the owner's project manager, that's, I think, a key and important piece of input that will help with that decision, help with that discussion. And obviously, I think that also relates to any other activities we might want to be doing down there. So I think those are my updates. Thanks.
Thanks. Chris?
Thanks, Carlo. Yeah, I also attended the Coffee with the Cop thing last Friday at the Last Corner. So I appreciate them once again giving out their spot for an hour or two, and there was a lot of good conversations that went on there. Matt was there, Chief Clark, Melissa, myself, and former town manager Bob LaLacheur was there. He actually carpooled Bill Brown there because Bill's always gone to it before, so it was good to see everybody out and about. After that, I went to the post-1917 event for the Friends of Reading Seniors. Once again, another small business just recently opened and offering their time and location for another group in Reading. So to learn more about the Friends of Reading Seniors, you can go to their website. It's Friends of Reading Seniors 60 Plus, which is PLUS.org. So once again, Friends of Reading Seniors 60plus.org. And then after that, I went to the Mellon, Soames, and Morgan ribbon cutting. So it was good to finally see that space compared to what it used to be. Only a couple parking spots, unfortunately, but overall the space is pretty incredible compared to what it used to be. And then the fire department open house this weekend, I went to, saw the car that they use the jaws of life on, etc. It's always a good time over there with that. And then the most important thing that I went to in the last 2 weeks was Melissa and myself ended up spending 8 hours down at the CVS lot kiosk on Friday. Just to see that entire situation, because we noticed the remarks online and, we get emails, etc. And we can obviously go more into what we experienced when that agenda topic comes up. And that's it. Thanks.
Thanks. Melissa?
Thank you. Sorry, I can't be there. The school committee appointed the interim director of finance and operations, Mr. Phil Littlehale. Mr. Littlehale comes with extensive experience in the finance sector and has over 10 years as a CFO in the public school districts in Massachusetts. I listened into the CPDC meeting the other night that continued their public hearing on MBTA communities. One thing that they added that I think is great is they're going to do some informational sessions for town meeting members prior to town meeting in November, just to get them up to speed on the 2 articles that they are going to put forward. Last week, like Chris has mentioned, I attended the Coffee with the Cop, the Friends of Reading Seniors open house at the Postmark, and the ribbon cutting at Millette, Soames, and Morgan. It was great to meet some new residents at all of these events. The new walkway at Millette, Soames, and Morgan is absolutely gorgeous, and I highly recommend residents get out there and check it out. There is a small parking lot that was mentioned that's right off of Willow Street, kind of by the train tracks. Again, like Chris mentioned, we spent this past Friday at the Upper Haven Street parking lot behind CVS, just after getting some emails and Facebook posts that I'm sure many saw regarding the parking kiosks. It was great to talk with residents, business owners, consumers, and our traffic enforcement officer, Bridget. But I know we have that on our agenda tonight, so I will give the rest of my feedback then. Thank you.
Okay, my turn. I did attend the Friends of Reading Seniors at Post 1917. It was very well attended, and some of our state delegation came by, so that was nice. And last night I attended CPDC, and wasn't aware of this till last night, but Mr. Jolly, who owns Boardwalk Real Estate on Main Street, is proposing a 15-unit building and keeping his real estate office on the first floor. He's been in business either close to 40 years or over 40 years, so he'll be working with CPDC to move that project forward. And I didn't stay until the end, but CPDC was also finalizing language and revisions to the MBTA communities, warrant articles that we're going to vote on, and I'm guessing they voted in some capacity last night. And that is it. So off to Matt.
Thank you. So we have an informed and active select board because you covered most of the stuff I was going to talk about tonight anyway in your reports. Two things though I wanted to mention. This Saturday, the Chamber will host a fall beer garden on the Common from 2 to 8. They'll have live music and face painting there. And also, we've scheduled the new resident open house. We're now calling it Connected Reading, and it's not just for new residents. It'll be on Tuesday, the 22nd, from 5 to 7 at the library, so all are welcome. Come and meet a lot of town employees, a lot of churches, nonprofits in the community, and we want people to feel at home and know their community well, and it's always a great event. And I think we've been running it about 5 or 6 years now. So it's no longer called New Resident Open House, it's called Connected Reading. So those are 2 updates for you.
Jane, do you have anything to share? Or?
No, I just, I saw several of you at the post-1917 Friends of Reading 60 Plus event, and that was great. And then also at the Millett Sums Morgan ribbon cutting, and that was a very special day, and it's a culmination of tremendous work on the part of a number of our staff and our partners. And so we were very grateful for the help that we received from Seth Moulton's office, from a big federal earmark from the state, who did a lot of funding to help us. They've been great partners, Resilient Mystic, and the leadership of this board to help us as we went through that whole project. It took a few years, and the residents who abut that area have been great to work with, and so we're very encouraged by the beauty of that area. So, thank you.
Thanks. All right. Now we are up for Laura to close the warrant.
The election.
Election, sorry.
So the election warrant that you have in front of you is for the November 5th election, which needs to be posted 7 days before the election itself. Any questions?
Board, any questions? Yeah.
I just have a brief one. What if we didn't close the warrant on this? It happens anyway. Is this just a formality, just so I know?
When the state elections division calls me, I will turn you in.
Forward it to Carlo. Say he made me ask the question.
Did not.
No, I was just curious. It just seems.
It could be that, it could mean that we go to court.
Oh, that sounds fun. No, thank you.
Melissa, any questions?
No questions, but Laura, I did notice that we need a sign. Do you want me to come by town hall tomorrow and sign, or is that not necessary?
That would be awesome if you could.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. I can do that. You're welcome.
So just a couple pieces of information. As of yesterday, we sent out over 7,000 ballots for vote by mail. 6,000 of them went out yesterday. And were able to do that because of the volunteers of the election staff coming in. We had this room full and the conference room full of people coming in and getting the ballots ready and prepared. My truck was full going to the post office. And then I also wanted to mention something on a different note is that the town clerk's office is responsible for keeping annual reports and that sort of thing from the beginning of time of Reading. And there's some missing. And Bill Brown donated a bunch of books to help fill in some of that. So I just wanted to let you know that we've been able to fill in some of the missing reports that we had because of his donation.
That's very nice.
Just two quick questions related. So, number of registered voters in town is 15?
So we actually checked that out this morning. It was 20,946.
20,946, and you're sending out more than 7,000 mail-in ballots.
Correct. And by the time we get done, it'll be at least an additional 1,000. Because I looked today, we received another 200 applications that'll go out tomorrow.
These were requested from that postcard, right? Yeah.
Correct.
the other, just to make sure I'm understanding things right, we had already closed the warrant for the federal election, and that's why, and now we're just doing the state piece, is that correct?
No.
So.
The warrant you closed last time was for the state primary.
State primary.
That was for the September election.
Got it. Okay.
This is technically, even though it appears to be a federal election, there is no such thing as a federal election. It's a state election with federal offices on it.
Okay. Thank you.
Question, so it's a little scary to have, our elections dependent on volunteers because people are busy. And I see the role of government is to, deliver election services. So, to be clear, were these unpaid volunteers or paid?
No, they were paid.
They were paid volunteers.
Not a whole lot, but they were paid.
Right, okay, all right, well,
I'm sorry, I should have said that.
okay, just wanna either way, yeah, we wanna make sure we have a mechanism so that you're never high and dry and we can always, meet the demand.
I do have to say that Reading is very fortunate when it comes to election staff. A lot of my coworkers throughout, or colleagues throughout the state are struggling getting election staff, and we're in good shape. We're in pretty good shape. We have, anytime I put out the word, I've got somebody, a bunch of people willing to volunteer. So, not saying we don't need more. I don't want to discourage anybody if they're interested in, get in touch with me, but Reading is in pretty good shape as far as volunteers or staff compared to other communities.
I understand you order a mean sandwich.
I do. I feed you well.
All right, are we good? All right, yeah, Chris?
Yep, move to close the warrant for the state election to be held on November 5th, 2024.
Second.
Second, any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Melissa?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Carlo, yes, 5-0. All right, we'll sign.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna pass this around to sign and maybe
Yeah.
give the word at the
Keep an eye
end.
on our mailbox, let's see how long it takes to go into Boston and out.
Well, the post office, so what's supposed to happen with mail that comes out of Reading goes from Reading to Woburn to Boston, back to Woburn to Reading. For the ballots, they've been asked to do it from Woburn directly to Reading.
Wow,
So
okay, all right.
if they're doing that, then the ballots that went out yesterday should be hitting the boxes tomorrow.
Okay, thank you for providing that. Yeah, no, everything you mail goes to us.
Except maybe this.
All right, next we have a public hearing. She's going to read the notice.
Thank you.
To the inhabitants of the town of Reading, please take notice that the Select Board of the town of Reading will hold a public hearing on October 8, 2024 at 7 p.m. in the Select Board Meeting Room at Town Hall, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, MA. We're also available remotely on Zoom to act on a new annual all-alcohol Farmers Series pouring permit for the New England Barrel Company, LLC, DBA New England Barrel Company at 1 General Way, Unit 40, Reading, MA. A copy of the proposed documents regarding this topic will be in the Select Board packet on the website at www.readingma.gov. All interested parties are invited to attend the hearing in person or remotely via Zoom, or may submit their comments in writing to townmanager@ci.reading.us by order of Matthew A. Cornelis, Esquire, Town Manager.
Great. Mr. Saunders, do you want to say a few words? What? Oh, he's on the.
Yes, good evening. Well, first, I'm on the Zoom. First and foremost, is everyone able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. My name is James Saunders, president and founder of the New England Barrel Company. With plans to move our operation to 1 General Way, Unit 40. First and foremost, my apologies to Moshe, as I had a prior work commitment in Kentucky, and needless to say, flights from Kentucky to Boston aren't plentiful. So I am still in Kentucky right now. Joining me tonight in person is Jody Hayward from Spanish Village Trust, the developer for 1 General Way. And as you mentioned this evening, we're looking to discuss the Farmer Series pouring permit for a planned tasting room at 1 General Way 40. I'm here to answer any questions that the board may have, and definitely look forward to the operation.
Thank you. We have your application in the packet. Does anyone on the board have any questions? Mark?
Nice to meet you. Wondering if you could tell us just a little bit more about what you're planning.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So, New England Barrel Company, we'll be 4 years old at the end of October, so coming up on our 4-year anniversary. And effectively what we're looking to do is to move all of our operations from New Hampshire to Reading, Massachusetts. What those operations entail, we're licensed as a distiller, but we will never distill anything in Massachusetts. Instead, what we do is to take bulk spirits, so pitcher barrels whiskey that have already been made, already have age on them, so a level of purity, and totes, the IBC totes of bulk alcohol as well. We blend, allow them to marry, so let the individual spirits come together, and filter and bottle our own product from there. That's the primary purpose of our business, to act as a rectifier as well. So bringing our products to market, we're currently distributed in about 8 different states. We also have a pretty large presence online as well. Within the tasting room, that is what will allow us to become a large part of the broader spirits community here in Massachusetts. So what we're looking to do is to offer customers the ability to come in, taste our products. We are only allowed to, for the Commonwealth, to serve spirits that are produced by us. So come in, taste our products, taste your tasting, potentially do events, small events, tasting room. We're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000, 1,200 square feet. Nothing absolutely massive by any stretch of the imagination, but want to become a key component of the broader Reading community and broader spirits community here in Massachusetts.
Thanks. Any other questions in the room? Chris?
Thanks, Carlo. I did go to your website in advance just to see what everything was, pretty much what you're about, and I have to say you did a phenomenal job on that, as well as your social media presence as well. It's good to see, I know I didn't know that you were moving completely from New Hampshire to down here, but I appreciate you choosing Reading and adding an additional drawer over to General Way. It's pretty popular because Market Basket, et cetera, is over there, but it's just another reason to go down there. So thank you for all that.
Oh, not a problem. To be completely honest, it's been a process to figure out exactly where we wanted our home to be. Right, I'm born and raised in Boston. My family and I moved to southern New Hampshire about 9 years ago. We're about 90 minutes west of Boston, about 15 minutes away from Portland. So I actually pass by this exit 3 to 4 times a week, just in the course of our day-to-day business. And I definitely spent more than my fair share of money at Choice Furniture as well. So definitely looking forward to being able to hop off the exit, have a home, and be able to hopefully add to the business mix within Power Credit.
Thanks. Melissa, any questions? No, thanks. Yeah.
Sorry, no, I don't have any questions.
All right. Yeah, I wish you much success. I know it's challenging out there, but given what's going on with spirits these days, I think you'll do well. And welcome to Reading when you open. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Should we close? Anyone in the room want to speak? Seeing none, we close the public hearing.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none. Melissa?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Carlo, yes, 5-0. Okay.
Move to approve an annual all-alcohol farmer series. Actually, well, Mark, did you want to give your?
Oh, yeah, I was going to say before or after, thank you.
No, I always thinking of it.
So, welcome to the community. I'm kind of, I guess I've kind of taken this on as a role from the select board. So we very much welcome you to the community. One of the things that we really pride ourselves on is complying with the alcohol rules and requirements, particularly, well, all of them, but particularly as it relates to minors. And we ask that you work very diligently to assure that it's not a problem, that you are making sure you've got IDs from folks, and you can even occasionally talk to people who are, like myself, clearly over age 21, that just to make sure that you're fully compliant, that people understand that those are the rules and that they will be enforced. And this board feels very strongly about that. And occasionally we've had some issues that have come up with different establishments, and our responses tended to be fairly strong to that, particularly because we share with you our expectations. So it's very much of a welcome to the community, and also kind of sharing some of our values and asking that you work with us to make sure that happens. So I thank you for that.
No, absolutely, and just to quickly address that. So obviously it was a long time ago, I had here at the time, but in college I was chaplain in my fraternity. So basically I was in charge of risk management for a bunch of 18 to 22. Okay, not the best place to be for a young man at all, by any stretch of the imagination. Now, fast forward 23 years, effectively what we're looking at is me running numbers. So being compliant and making sure that we are not only dotting our I's and crossing our T's, but we are underlining every key rule and regulation that we need to ensure that we are meeting the needs of all the regulations that we have, both at a federal level, at the level of the Commonwealth, and also. So the first thing that we are going to do when we open the cases prior to allowing folks to come in is ensuring that all of our staff is certified by a third party in terms of risk management and compliance and alcohol standpoint. That is part and parcel of who I am as a person and how I believe a business needs to operate. So I think we're on the same page in that perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris? Move to approve an annual all alcohol farmer series pouring permit for New England Barrel Company LLC DBA New England Barrel Company at 1 General Way, Unit 40.
Second.
Thanks. Any discussion? Seeing none. Melissa?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Carlo? Yes. 5-0. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yep.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Do you have a projected opening date?
Oh, that's always the question. We're in the design phase now. So I would say I'm looking at late Q1, early Q2, mainly because the last 3 months, as is the case of most businesses, but specifically the spirit space, roughly 60% of all spirits are sold between October 1st and December 31st. So I'm in Kentucky now, but over the course of the next 10 weeks, I'm going to be on the road at least another 30 to 40 days. So yeah, it's going to be interesting.
All right, please let us know when you're a couple weeks out so we can promote it.
Appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, Sharon, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to start with our financial update, then we'll move into the multiple unit meter question we were talking about, and then we'll discuss the ARPA. I'm going to share my screen as I have a presentation for you. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
It's all blue.
There it is.
Yep, it's up now, Sharon.
Okay, good. So this first slide here, let me move this box because I can't see. This is our general fund revenues through, through September 30th, 2024, and also through last year at the same time. So you can see where we were last year at the same time and where we are currently. My expectation would be that we would have about 25% in most line items, but that's not always the case. So what I wanted to highlight to you is maybe some of the areas where, all right? Where we might actually have seen some things that I was just looking at and wondering about. And one of them was penalties and interest, in that I had that expectation of 25%, and it's trailing last year, and it's also trailing that 25%. So I'll just keep an eye on it. Not every revenue source is the same, and it may sometimes come in at different times during the year, but where it was a little bit lower than when it was last year, I'll be keeping an eye on it. Fines and forfeits was trailing last year, but is still meeting my expectations at a 25% collection. Earnings on investments is trailing quite a bit because we've been collecting so much on earnings on investments, but prior year we had actually recorded all that interest through September. Right now we're kind of behind on our interest entries, and so that just makes this report look a little bit off. But I do know that our earnings are still very high, and would probably bring our whole overall revenue to the 25% or above, so I'm not concerned. These are, each slide I'm going to show you is a different department. So this is administrative services, and I looked at their salaries, expenses, capital, and showing it to you in summary, the revised budget, what was expended, what was encumbered, and then what remains and what percentage used. So if you go by that 3-month time frame, you'd be thinking about 25% would be a normal number to see, but the only one I can count on that really being the space is salaries, because that is usually spent evenly. Expenses can be a little bit more a one-off. And so in cases where I see a percentage that's much higher than what that 25%, I try and give you some explanation. So below, I'm gonna have to move this box so I can read it. All right. So you would expect the 25%. One of the things you're seeing here in the expenses is property and casualty insurance. We pay that in August. It's about $900,000, and it's for the whole year. So that's why that 59.7% is there. The 22.5 meets my expectations, and there's no capital in administrative services. In technology, salaries are in range, but then we do see expenses at 59.7%. And down below, I speak about the fact that we have a maintenance agreement with Munis at $110,000 that was paid in September, and it's for the whole year. So that's kind of driving why that expense looks so high. So in this department, which I can see, public services, salaries are in range within the 25%, but we are seeing expenses at 47.1%. What's included in there is MBTA consulting, the encumbrance of $150,000 is in that number. So that's driving that number up. And also the capital is fully encumbered, and that's playgrounds and court improvements, and they are fully encumbered or expended. In finance, nothing's really noteworthy. Salaries are in range, expenses are low. Overall, we're below the 25%, nothing noteworthy to discuss. Public safety, salaries are within range, expenses are at 51%, so I give you a little bit of a summary down below, as well as capital is very high. So in the expenses area, we have $147,000 encumbered already for police cruisers, $34,000 for fires annual clothing allowance, and $17,000 for police membership dues. So those, the clothing allowance and the membership dues are for a whole year, and they're being paid at the beginning of the year, so they'll drive the percentage up. Under the capital, we have $1.37 million encumbered for a fire engine and $385,000 encumbered for an ambulance. So that's why that number is 97.2%.
How do we pay for the fire truck?
I'm sorry?
How do we pay for the fire truck?
We pay for it with that 5% of our budget that's capital and debt. So it's part of our capital budget. And it could have been that it's encumbered, still encumbered from the prior year. I think it is too. I think it's fiscal 2024. So we would usually will order something, and it will take us something like a fire engine over a year to get it in. So that's probably a fiscal 24 or 23 expense that's sitting out there still encumbered, waiting for the truck to come in. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. This slide is Public Works, and their salaries are in range. Expenses are a little bit high, but nothing really noteworthy. Capital looks to be a lot higher. And I show you up the top, Capital has 2 dump trucks, totaling $475, a blower unit at $216, paving at $663, sidewalks $100,000, a cemetery car for $33,000, a cemetery truck for $80,000, and then there's this forest bucket truck for $269, and a forestry pickup truck for $100,000, and then a forestry chipper for $210,000. So all of those capital assets are either expended or encumbered, giving us that 56%. So this is snow, trash, and lighting. So under the snow, obviously we haven't had any snow yet, only 4.23% used, and that's probably stuff that was ordered at the end of last year. That's, salt or sand or stuff like that. Very small year-to-date expended and encumbered. Trash is at 42.73, and that's largely to do with the $900,000 that we've encumbered for the trash and recycling bins. Street lighting is within range, giving us a total of 33.5% for these line items. Facilities, same here, 21.9 for salaries. Expenses are in line. Big area here is capital. I give you a detail of what's being expended there or encumbered there, and it's the glycol reclamation at $33,000, school-wide arch flash study. I don't recall what that is, but it's there for $59,000. Driver's ed vehicle at $29,000. The design work for the floor and bleachers at $191,000, and OPM for the senior center at $50,000. The library has 22% for salaries, expenses at 36.9. Nothing that's outside of the realm of what my expectations would be. Overall, only 24.9% expended. In the shared cost area, benefits is at 33.8%. And some of the reasons for that is that at the beginning, we pay our retirement assessment twice a year. So in the beginning of the fiscal year, and then I think it's in December. So half of the year of our retirement assessment has already been paid. And our full workers' comp policy has been paid, I think it's paid in August or September. So that's driving that percent a little higher than the 25% I was expecting. Debt service is really kind of driven by when debt is due, so that doesn't necessarily follow the 25% because it's not spread evenly throughout the year. Vocational is a little bit high, but again, that's only built, I think it's only billed twice a year. So again, it's going to not really follow the 25%. FinCom reserves are down to $65,000. We did have a request, a FinCom reserve transfer for $135 for 2 trucks in the forestry area, I believe. They were prior year trucks. One of them had been ordered. They believed they were going to get it. There was some sort of fire at the manufacturer, and all the orders that they had outstanding got canceled. So we had to go with a new vendor, and now the trucks cost more. So it was 2 trucks, and it was about $135,000. So we will be requesting those funds back at town meeting in November, so that the FinCom reserves will return back to $200,000. And then we enter into the enterprise funds, water, sewer, and stormwater. This slide shows you where we are in collecting our revenues through September and where we were last year through September. So last year we were at 27.3, this year only 22.4 for water. But again, interest income for water, sewer, and stormwater has not been recorded. So these numbers are artificially low, I feel, for current year. Hopefully we'll have those entries recorded soon. Sewer is a little bit low, but again, it's the interest that's going to cause that to look low, and stormwater is a little low. All 3 of them are waiting on some entries that will probably make them in line with the prior year. Now, enterprise funds, water, sewer, and stormwater, their bottom line, so I'm just showing you their expenses in total. And all of them seem to meet my expectations. Stormwater is a little bit high, but I don't have a note. I have a note here. I didn't put the note on the slide, but I do know what it is. There's 42.7% for stormwater, and my notation says Under the expenses, the MS4 permitting, we've encumbered $92,000, and then under capital for stormwater, we have a $350,000 truck that's been encumbered, $18,000 for downtown infrastructure, and $72,000 for Memorial Park planning. So a lot of capital right now in that number for stormwater, and that's just in that high percentage.
Why was Memorial Park in the stormwater?
I'm sorry?
Why was Memorial Park in the stormwater expense?
It's a lining project, so it falls under stormwater. I'd have to ask Chris Cole why that would be. It's a Memorial Park lining is what it's called.
Yeah, okay.
Unless it's a mistake on me, and it could be. I could be putting it in the wrong spot. But when I looked in there, there's $440,000 of capital expenditures that have been encumbered, $350,000 of which is a truck that's being split between sewer and stormwater. And then there's the $18,000 for downtown infrastructure, and I think this Memorial Park lining, unless I've got the name wrong, that's what's making up that capital there.
Jim,
I can kind of, don't know if I want me to jump over.
Yeah, please.
Jim Sullivan, Recreation Administrator. So I think the lining is for the ice skating rink. I know there was issues with the lining that holds the water in. So when they say lining, I think it's like a plastic lining that goes underneath
Which is a Memorial Park, is
the
what
two rinks. Yeah. I know they were blowing out some steam and stuff earlier this year, so I believe they had to put new lining on that.
Yeah, because Memorial Park would be under,
Yeah, but DPW kind of controls all that happens with the flooding, all that stuff as well too.
Gotcha.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yep.
Do you have any questions on the financial piece?
Yep, Mark
Yes. Sharon, you talked about that $135,000 transfer from FinCom Reserve Fund. Is that the additional expense? $135,000 additional? How much were those trucks?
These trucks have a really long lead time, so I think they were ordered in fiscal '23, and we've been waiting for the truck, and there was some sort of fire with the manufacturer. All the orders got canceled, then we had to order through another manufacturer, and it was that much more. This is not uncommon. I feel like when it comes to our trucks or equipment, the pricing is outrageously different from year to year. I don't know when it will stop or stabilize, but it seems outrageous to me that it would cost that much more.
Yeah, exactly. So we got our money back from the company
So
with
we're
the fire.
talking about two trucks. So one of them was $100,000, the other one was like $25,000 more. And then I think they put an extra $10,000 in there just to be sure they had enough.
Yep.
Because they were so worried, because every time we have something ordered, either they come back and say, well, we need more to build this, or something like this happens. So I think they're a little gun shy. They ask for a little extra, and if it doesn't get used, it will get turned back to free cash.
But we did get paid back from the company with the fire, right? They're not holding any of our money anymore. We got that
No,
back.
we wouldn't pay them until we got the truck.
Got
So all they had from us is a PO and encumbrance holding money from the prior year.
Yikes. Thank you.
Chris?
If I could just add to Mark's thing. So we did get, I believe, it's going to be one of the two trucks. We got an extended warranty, a parts voucher, etc.
Was that the fire truck? I think that might have been the fire truck.
Oh, so which were you talking about?
This is the DPW trucks?
Forestry.
Forestry.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, that's why the $100,000, I mean, how much could those trucks cost? They're not $1 million trucks, right?
A lot of the trucks for DPW are approaching $275,000, so they're
$100,000
not,
difference
they're
is
not
still
small.
massive.
I'm usually shocked every time I have to sit down and talk about what they have up in price, so. So I'm with you, I was shocked myself to see what these trucks go
Yeah,
for.
there's only like one or two manufacturers. That's what happens.
Yes.
So my question was on the $350,000 truck that you just mentioned at the end for DPW. Is that the name? Oh, stormwater. Yes. What is that?
Stormwater and sewer are sharing of the expense of one truck that was $700,000.
Is that the vac truck, Sharon?
I'm sorry?
Is it the vac truck?
I think it's a very expensive truck. It was just approved at, I want to say April town meeting. So it was encumbered at the end of the year.
I think we're all in the wrong line of work. That's actually what this comes down to.
Thank you, Sharon. I have two questions. So this fire truck, we ordered it 2021.
prior to.
Was it 2000? I think it was 2023 or 2024. So it's still out there. We don't pay for anything until
We
it
ordered a
comes.
fire truck prior to Fidel starting, and Fidel renegotiated the contract. So my question was, are we looking at another hit in that price, or what is the status? Yeah.
I mean, I hope not. I hope that
asking us for increase. I mean, this goes back.
It does feel like the supply line that we're holding on a truck, it seems like it's taking longer and longer to get the trucks.
It could
So I
have
want to say
been
it's
2020,
here now.
2021. It was prior to Fidel starting that we actually ordered it and town meeting approved it. So
Well, we do
good
expect
thing they
everything
asked
that we do.
early.
Are you sure that's the one? I'd have to go back and look.
Well, town meeting hasn't approved another one. It's the same one.
It's the same one. It's, the chief went out to inspect it out in Wisconsin just, I think, last week.
Okay.
And so.
That sounds promising.
Yeah, so there were a couple changes on it, but it is gonna be on its way out here soon. They
Okay.
bring it out, so.
He's probably very excited. He's not gonna retire till he gets it.
That's right.
Okay, all right. My second question is, and this is a point of information, and you might know this. So the money that we're expending for the design work for the new school, will we be getting reimbursements for that design work now? Have we gotten some? I'm looking for.
Yes, we have.
Okay.
What I was told by DOR was to set up a capital project fund for the $2.2 million because we will be receiving funds from the MSBA. And then whatever's left over after we're done with the feasibility study, I think we would have to vote at town meeting to apply that money towards the actual project. So whatever money MSBA puts in there, that's going to be kind of netting against the money that we had. So there'll be a lot more of that $2.2 million. It's not going to cost us $2.2 million, whatever's left over, because the MSBA is kicking in towards the feasibility study and all the work that goes with it. That money we can redirect over to the actual project when the time comes to do so.
So are you clear on whether they're not gonna send us any money back until we approve the entire project as a community, or are they already reimbursing us as we go along?
Oh, they are already. We've received funds already. So I
Could you
think
give us a
that's
total
done
on that at a later time, or as a follow-up email?
Yeah, I can tell you how much they reimbursed us, but I don't remember off the top of my head, but they do a 45% of eligible costs. So if an invoice I submit isn't completely eligible for whatever reason, they'll let me know, and then they send us a wire to our account after they've approved everything.
Okay, I'd love to see an update. Doesn't have to be tonight. Thank you.
Oh, sorry about that. I wish I knew it off the top of my head.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Would you like me to discuss the multi-unit meters?
Can I just ask a couple quick questions?
Oh, sure, Melissa.
Sorry, just the $150,000 for the MBTA Communities consultant, is that finished and paid for, or will we owe more than that? Because I think that was the amount that town meeting approved.
So that's what I'm seeing as encumbered, that I don't know how many bills are still out there, so I can't really entirely answer that for you, but I know that was what town meeting awarded them to hire consultants to assist in coming up with a plan that might be acceptable to the residents.
Yes, Sharon, if I'll just jump in on that, Mr. Chairman. Yes, that's correct. The money's been encumbered, but we don't anticipate that we'll actually spend up to that limit. So we are grateful that town meeting gave us extra to do that, and we have put our consultants through the ropes, and we have consulted legal counsel, and we have gone back and forth. So we don't anticipate that we will overspend that account.
Okay, great. Another question I have is, are we getting a second or maybe third ambulance for the town?
That ambulance probably was ordered in the prior year, and we're still waiting for it, I would imagine. I think it's a fiscal 24, so they replaced them. I think they do trade-in or they sell them. So I don't think they're getting a third one. One's aging out and they need to replace it.
Got it. And then when it comes to these trucks, once we submit a PO, I can't imagine the price can increase after that, correct?
It shouldn't, but we've had at least one circumstance where it's happened, yeah. I mean, this situation is unusual to have the manufacturer have a fire and cancel all their orders. That's not typical, but we did have some, I think it was a fire truck where they came back to us and said, you know, we can't do it for this, and we had agreement, so.
That's what I wanted.
Yeah, I honestly was floored by that. I'm hoping never to see it again.
Six-figure differences. Six-figure differences.
It was,
Wow, that's
I was not pleased.
That's incredible. And then all the public works vehicles, were they all planned? It just seems like there's a lot of them that.
Yeah.
We have a huge.
We do 5% of our budget debt and capital, so when we're building the budget, we figure out how much we have for debt payments, and then the remainder goes to capital, and then we have a 10-year capital plan, and based on age and priority, we don't borrow for them, we buy them right out of our budget. And in some cases, some of those that you saw there were probably from the prior year, and they're still waiting for them because of the lead time to get so it could be the combination of fiscal 24 and fiscal 25 funds that you're seeing, maybe even some fiscal 23, because that's not unheard of what I'm seeing with some of these trucks. But they try and encumber them right away to get them as soon as possible. Because sometimes we're pushing them out because the capital plan is so hard to balance sometimes because the increased price of these trucks has been challenging that by the time they get the money, they're just like, let me order it, get it to me as soon as you can. So that's where the money comes from, is from our actual budget, not really from a borrowing or anything like that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And Sharon, back on those trucks that Melissa just mentioned, do we retire them, junk them, trade them in?
Probably, I would imagine most of them are sold on like one of the Gov websites or traded in. I don't think we hold on to many trucks that are old and aging out. It's what the point of maintenance on them is.
And that money goes towards the payment or in the general fund?
So everything all revenue is general fund revenue. So any excess money that we get for selling assets would show up in the general fund.
Okay.
Before they are sold, you have to approve them as surplus.
Yeah, right.
So you see those things come through
Once a
from
year
time
or
to time. Yeah, it's not, we use our trucks till they're done.
And then it'll be on.
And then sometimes more than a little, yeah.
Any other questions on the finance before she moves on to? Sharon, what do you think is going to be longer, multi-unit rates or the Arpa money? What discussion?
I think both of them are going to be fairly short.
We have a consultant? All right, so let's go to, yeah.
If you don't.
Is the consultant on?
Yeah, I see him on there, Matt Abrahamson.
Yeah.
Abrahams. He's on there as well, so.
You want him to lead the discussion?
Are you on there, Matt?
Yeah, I'm here. You hear me?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. We don't see you. We can hear you. No, Sharon, what, I believe it's mostly a Munis solution that we're able to come up with, so maybe Sharon, if you could explain that a little, then we can have some questions for Matt if any questions come up. Right, so, go ahead.
Yeah, I can do that. So in order to find a solution to this issue, because prior to tiered billing, we were one rate, so this was not an issue. I had to comb through a huge manual from Munis, about 216 pages, and I found, based on something that Matt Abrams had said, an area where I could put in how many units there are in a building, and it will divide the bill up. So basically, if you had 10 units in a building, and you get every unit will get the first 10, so the first 10 units is $10.75 for water. They would give you 100 units at that amount, because you've got 10 units all getting. So what I did was I had the woman that does the billing over in our collector's office, I walked her through how to make the change in train, not in live, and we did the bills for like 8 or 9 different multi-units to see does this work, and it does. What ends up happening is a lot of the bills end up going to drop down to the lowest rate. Even Postmark, where I was very surprised, Postmark was when I asked her to sample. So the bill the last quarter, they used 430 units, and so they went 10 units at the 1075 for water, 15 at 1170, 15 at 12, and then 390 at 1250. When I put in the number of units, the whole bill dropped down to the lowest rate. So it even solved Postmark, which is the one I was most worried about. So this change was not terribly difficult to make in Munis, and I'm hoping that we could do it for the next billing cycle so that this would be corrected but for the next bill. Apparently, when I spoke to the woman who does the billing, the meter read gets done on October 29th, and then they run the bills at the end of November for December. That gives us enough time where we could potentially get this change made right away. My only question is kind of some parameters, because when you say multi-units, are you thinking condos and apartments? Are you thinking just like Postmark, I think, is condos? Are you thinking all multi-units, or are you thinking that you want to treat apartments different than condos?
If I could say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
I could be wrong, but in most circumstances, apartments are not paying their own water bill, correct? Individual units. It's one landlord, so I don't believe that we need to include them in that. I think it's just when it comes to the individual condo units.
Yeah. So, I mean, and I would agree with that too, because it's more like a business. A landlord is owning it, and it's not the tenants. It would probably factor into what that landlord charges for rent, so you could probably argue it both ways, but it's whatever you guys want to, the parameters you want to set for us so that we know what to do in terms of how to set them up in Munis. Do we want to grab all multi-units, condos and apartments, or just condos?
Chris,
Sharon, so walk me through this just for a sec. So we have like Postmark, which is mixed use, and we'll have the other mixed use. When you divided by the number of units, did you only look at the residential side and you excluded the commercial? Okay.
No, there's only one meter that we bill off of for Postmark.
Yeah. So
And I'm told there's 52 units in that building, which I was surprised by.
yeah.
When we put that in, everything went down to the lowest rate.
So
For both water and
if post 1917 is using 45% of the water, they can't possibly be at tier 1. So I caution, let's not hurry. Let's do it right first and then implement it. But that can't be right. They've got to be, so 45% of how many units did the whole building use? 45% of it is certainly the highest, they're going to go right through all the tiers to the top.
430 billable units. So this bill, the original bill was $10,563. We make this change, it goes down to $9,114. So it makes a drastic change. But you have to understand, the building's getting credit for having 52 units, so they'd have to go over 520 units to go to the next tier. So it's almost like the restaurant benefits from the fact that maybe most of the users don't even get anywhere near the 10 units. So I don't know.
But so that's not, I don't think that's a reasonable approach. I don't think that's a fair approach. They should be billed for what they're using. The bonus here is that they can tell us exactly what they use, but they've already given us a lot of information that in the last month or whatever, 45% got used by that one tenant, that one location. So I think that the equity that we're seeking is these folks that before were being penalized by the overall total, they're getting fixed. It's doing it really nicely. But we have them, and we'll have others that are going to be some commercial and some residential. And I think that maybe the solution isn't addressing that well enough. I don't see how post-1917 can be a tier 1.
It's not hurting the residents. It's benefiting the commercial property. I get what you're saying.
But that's not okay.
That's not okay.
That's not okay.
No, but what I'm worried about is these residents have been seeing the higher rate since we went to tiered billing. So some solution.
Yeah, I understand, but I would not support putting in a system that's not right just to say that we did it. And that's kind of
Well,
what
the only
I'm.
other option I can think of is to put in, in a space like Postmark where you do a separate meter. I don't know the timeline or the cost of doing that would be a question for Chris Cole and DPW to answer. How long would it take to put a second meter for the commercial space and pull it away from, the residential space of that building? That's the only other option I could think of.
Well, so can I ask that we actually do a couple of things here? One is they have separate metering inside the building, so they can tell us exactly what the usage is. You already know that for the residentials, we kind of
But
figured
they're
out
not
where
our
that's going.
meters, so when we drive by, we
Hang
don't get that.
on. We know what the total usage is. We actually can get the breakdown for them. I'm actually very concerned because we're promoting multi-use activities and lots of construction. We have multiple buildings like that already, and a lot of what we're talking about is going to continue that going forward. It's not okay that one group kind of benefits, other one gets harmed. What we're trying to do is fix the structure. So one solution is separate water meters. I suspect that's probably the hardest and most costly solution that there is, but it's an option. The second is that, like Postmark, I wonder if those other buildings, it can be kind of a talk to these folks in advance, talk to them when they're setting up their water, talk to them about how they're going to set it up, and it's probably a software kind of thing that's going on here anyway. Let them set it up the right way, or if they don't, then we lose it. But it's not okay that we fix one part of the problem only to create a new one, a substantial one. So someone that's using 45% of the water in that building can't be at tier 1 for all their water. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't make sense. So I don't know exactly how to do it, but I think this is a great start, but I think that needs to be fixed. That needs to be explored, see what options there may be. And again, with that internal meter, that may be a way to get it started.
Hold on, Melissa, Karen's next.
Yep, I agree with Mark, and it may not be as easy as it looks. I wanted to get back to the topic of apartments. So the Met, I don't know how many units are over there. It's a big modern apartment building, and we're gonna see more apartment buildings as well as condos being built. And also the state of Massachusetts allows landlords to offload the responsibility for the water bills onto the tenants as long as they do simple things like make sure they have low flow toilets and low flow shower heads, things like that. So there's a prescribed path to be able to do that. So I think we need to be ready to allow, many of our affordable units are rental units. I think we need to be cognizant that we will have building owners coming to us asking to not be billed at like the massive rate for the whole building. So as we think about how we might do this, I just don't want to say, oh, let's not worry about the rentals. I don't know what the percentage is in town. It's not insignificant. It's not insignificant. I'll just leave it at that. And modern buildings, you mentioned a conversation. So as they're going through the permitting process, I think that is a great idea to have for the building inspectional services to have a conversation about them. How are you going to address the water rates? What are you thinking about? And it's kind of the same thing you can do about what is your HVAC system going to be? We're going to get to the point where you can't just pull a new gas line. So have you considered looking at our electrical company and going electric from the start rather than just waiting for market forces? But so I don't think we can ignore apartments because of the affordability issue and because of the way I think our housing stock is growing already and will continue to grow.
Melissa, let me get Melissa first.
So Sharon, can you explain to me why Postmark would be paying at tier 1 level? Because I'm not understanding. If they truly are 45% of the water in that building, how would they then be
overall
tier 1?
water for the building is less than, so if there's 52 units in the building, then everybody gets 10 units at the lowest price. The only way it's going to bring the bill to a higher tier is if we use more than 520 units because every unit gets 10 units at the lowest rate, so.
Okay.
So they're benefiting, I'm imagining, from the idea that not every unit there is using their 10 units and they're benefiting. I get that that's a problem, but I also want to see a solution for the people who are paying the higher rate. So I see what you're saying.
100%. And what is the total units used in the last billing on that postmark? How much did they use?
430.
Okay, and then do we have a commercial water rate in other spots in Reading?
When did Postmark, when did that restaurant open? Maybe that's part of the issue. When did that restaurant?
2024.
Early summer, maybe.
The spring.
Yeah.
So this bill that she would have used would have been for May, June, July, I think. So
that could be somewhat part of it.
It could be that the actual, because we're just testing it to see does it do it properly, and it is doing it properly in terms of it's giving every unit the 10 units at the lowest price, and then they get another 15 at the next price and 15 more at another price, and then the top tier is where everything else lands. So this bill could potentially have less usage because maybe I don't know when they opened, and I wasn't really familiar with when they opened, so I can't say for sure, but there could be that component of it. So they didn't hit the 520 units of usage, so the whole bill drops to the lowest.
What bill do you have in front?
But do we have a commercial water rate in other businesses in town?
Oh, okay.
We don't, correct?
The rates are the same for residential.
That's what I thought. So, I mean, I understand the problem here. I understand that, what Mark's saying, but I do not feel comfortable leaving here tonight without voting for those residents. We've pushed them off long enough. We need to make a decision tonight for them and also figure out what's going on with the commercial piece of that particular building, but we can't push this off anymore. We need to vote and move on for that. That's my opinion.
That's not on the agenda.
It's not on the agenda. We're discussing tonight.
This is discussion,
Yeah.
not vote.
All right.
Good, Chris?
Thanks, Carlo. First, I just want to mention that it was mentioned previously that certain people didn't take a stance on the water rates this year. And I just want to remind this board as well as the public that I specifically voted no on tiered water rates in protest of exactly what we're sitting here for today. So for anybody to say that I did nothing, you are horribly incorrect. Having said that, I agree with Mark that we can't allow the bank error in your favor for Postmark. It's not right. We have to fix this for everybody, which includes fixing it for apartments as well. It has to be done all in one fell swoop. So I understand we're not voting tonight. I think for me, I would like to see if Sharon can come up with a solution by the October 15th meeting, just in this Postmark scenario. If she cannot, or if we don't, whatever, on the 15th, I'd like to vote, and if Postmark gets a $1,000 credit for this one random quarter until it's hashed out, so be it. We got to take care of everybody else. So that's kind of my stance on this. We are fixing the water rates for everybody in one fell swoop. Having said that, we all knows what happens when we're fixing the water rates for everybody else in one fell swoop. It comes back around the other direction, and the water is going up for everybody else. Just like we fixed the irrigation rates last time as well. They shouldn't have been paying, it's getting fixed. None of these people should be paying, it's getting fixed. So just so we're clear on the trajectory of how this goes, we're fixing it for everybody on both ends. Because I foresee in the future, the select board raise the water rates for all residents in town, etc. We fixed the inequity in everything in a matter of a month for everything. Irrigation users, residents, commercial properties, apartments, all of it over and done with. And yes, the water rates are ridiculously high, and we have to see about some way of reducing the stuff in the future. which I don't think is ever gonna happen. We bought in at the wrong time. It's unfortunate. But like, that's kind of where I'm at with this, that we gotta do something. And if Sharon can come up with something for the next meeting, otherwise we're gonna vote on the 15th and just have her push this through for the 29th. Because if not, she's gonna miss it. And now everybody just got dinged when they should not have. So that's how I feel.
That's good. You want to go again, but thank you. Yeah, I just think I guess I have a question. Maybe you can't answer. Are we take 475 Rise? When that was built, I'm pretty sure Drew Stews was going in there as a tenant, as the first tenant who was cooking and washing things. So these buildings don't put separate meters for their commercial units, or we don't require it? Like, do you have an answer for that? Because that's what I can't understand, if it's not required by building inspectors, because they shouldn't affect the residential users who are just taking showers and flushing toilets.
So I don't know that they're required to, but a lot of, like, Postmark is sub-metered. They're just not our meters, so we don't read them. When we drive by and we read them, we only have the one meter that we're billing from.
Right.
That the solution I was thinking would be helpful in this case is to fix that in terms of, if you have a mixed-use space, have a meter that's residential and a meter that's commercial, so that if there is heavy water usage on the commercial side, they're going to pay what they're supposed to be paying, and they'll benefit from lack of use on some of the residentials. But I will say that, given that Postmark's restaurant only opened 6 months ago, it's possible that the bill I'm looking at is skewed because they weren't maybe open the entire time, or business wasn't really booming yet. So I would like to see kind of what happens in the next bill cycle, because when she has the reads, and I won't have it by October 15th, she would have reads on October 29th, and we could potentially test Postmark to see what their bill looks like. It could be that the usage falls in the lowest range because they weren't there the entire time for that bill.
Good.
So, well, actually, I mean, we know that that's not the case, no matter what. Even if they're there for part of the time, 45% of 450 units is in the 200s. So they certainly aren't in tier one. The issue, I think, is figuring out what can we do about this. So you've got a solution that works inside Munis that kind of divides things up. And so that's great for residential. The question is, how can we handle the commercial side? And I think we're gonna need a hybrid, and maybe Matt has some comments on this also, but maybe there's some kind of a hybrid that says, you use that as kind of the base structure for the residential. We can in fact ask whoever manages the property just to tell us what the number is. All the residents know what the number is. Easy enough to get the number that says that unit, the Postmark used this many units. Great, and then do the billing appropriately to that. It's not that you have 500 that you'd have to do that way, but you got a couple of hands full that you'd have to do that way. It's just not okay that, folks that are working hard to conserve using 10 units or less, and then they see somebody using hundreds of units paying the same rate. That's not okay. So I think that we need to think about, what are some different ways to do it? And again, Matt, if you have some thoughts on how other people are doing it, I believe, and you guys can correct me, I believe that in Wakefield, where they have a similar structure with tiers, they elected to just kind of leave it there, understanding that there are some inequities from it. We're talking about different solutions, but I'm not okay kind of shifting the burden off of a heavy user. That just doesn't make sense here. So that may be a solution. We know that Postmark has this system already in place. That's a simple manual change, or manual bill maybe is the right way to do that. If there are, how many others that are mixed use in town at this point? It's not 100.
I would just say that would be technically difficult for the person who fills it to have to manually pull them out of the meter bill and do a separate bill. Like, I don't even know how she would do it in Munis. So I feel like the best thing is that there's a second meter that we read, and that they're separate and distinct. I don't see how. I know that they have the readings. But then she's got to manually call every one of them that has it. We've got one person doing the billing for the entire town of Reading water. I don't know that that's feasible.
But I mean, how much is the difference that we're talking about? I mean, if it's $50, then it wouldn't make any sense. I have the sense that it's a lot more than that. So someone.
More than the homeowner is paying to
So
paying is that the.
I get it. It's $6, I think, is what we figured out it is per bill, or $6 per month, I think, something like that. It's not, but for someone who's using 45% of the water, it's gonna be a lot more than that.
And that was pre the restaurant opening.
That's pre the restaurant opening, yeah, so it may actually be a lot higher than that.
Yeah.
If you use the water, you are paying for it. That's what I've said last meeting, this meeting, you use it, you pay for it. If you use the sewer, you are also paying for it. If you don't, you should not pay for it. So using the same logic, they gotta pay, unfortunately. They're great, love the food, they do so much for the town, but they do have to pay their share as well. It's only fair. So I think, to Mark's point, I know pulling stuff out, et cetera, seems annoying, but are we talking like, is it 5 bills or like, is there 100 properties that can fit under this number? Like if you're
mixed use,
like if you're if you're up to the 100, I can understand, like that's crazy to have somebody manually doing it. But if we're talking, it's like 5 people.
It's not
business.
5. No.
It's more than 5.
Yeah.
It's definitely more than 5. Just in
Sharon,
downtown
do you
alone.
remember what that number is?
More than 5.
I'm looking at a list of 54 multi-unit buildings. I don't know how many of them are mixed use. I'm looking at just multi-use, 1 meter buildings.
So the highest is 54. The highest
No,
number.
there's 54
These
individual
women are working on billing constant, like I feel like they're asking them to do 54.
Oh, no, I'm not
bills
saying.
being paid.
So what we have is that there are 54 multi-unit buildings that have 1 meter each that we can read.
You can read, right,
And we
gotcha.
don't know of those 54.
How many are mixed use?
We can dig into the
I
data.
can find out, but I
Right, the
don't know
assessor
off
can
the
do
top of my
right.
head how many are mixed use.
The issue is that all these buildings are plumbed correctly and legally. They go through all the process and it's there and the developer.
Insinuating otherwise.
No, I understand, but the developer chooses which path they want to go at the time that they pull their permits so the developer decides and the management company manages. And so if they're sub-metering, the management company is getting that data from their sub-meters, which we can't see, and they send that information out.
Right.
And so that is where we're experiencing this. We don't have visibility of the data. I'm making phone calls trying to get this information.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to do.
Can we kind of send this back to you? But I mean, the very simple solution would be to say to the management company, everybody is going to be at tier 3 unless you send us the specific breakout for the other units, and very quickly the residents would assure that that information is sent instantly.
Right?
Right.
One way.
Can we let Matt chime in? Matt, do you have any feedback or input? Matt on the screen?
Matt on the screen.
Well, just some information based on what was requested earlier. So I would say that this varies community by community. For each community, it's a local decision. Somebody mentioned earlier, Wakefield. Yes, that was accurate. My understanding is that they do not bill at the multi-unit level at all. So they're at the building level right now. So they're at the highest tier for all their multi-units, even though there has been discussion there of making a change. That discussion hasn't gotten far enough along for there to be serious discussion about implementing a change there. Now, of course, something could happen in the near future, but as of now, that's the way it is. But there are other communities that do have multi-unit policies in place. There's one I'm working with that this was already discussed tonight too, but their decision was that they're going to build condos at the unit level and they're going to bill everybody else at the building level. So just the condos are getting the multi-unit benefit compared to other accounts. Now, for my personal opinion is that if you as a town, as a board, decide that you do want to move forward with multi-units and you want all properties to benefit from that have multi-units, I would agree that there needs to be some segregation that takes place between the commercials and the residentials for the reasons that have already been raised tonight. I'm not talking about the billing reasons that Sharon has talked about. more just thinking high level, what makes the most sense. It is not fair to residents that any commercial property that has high usage would skew their bills. That is not fair and equitable. So there should be something done there if possible to put underneath the discussion that takes place of how possible is it, how real is it, what are the steps to get there. So I guess those are my high level thoughts. I think everyone's points are good and you're on a good path here. There just needs to be some details, some things ironed out in order to make things happen.
Thanks. I mean, I'll let everyone speak again, but I think the best path right now is we do have an unscheduled meeting next week that's normally not on the schedule for a few things that we want to get done. And then we have our next scheduled meeting on the 29th of October. And then we only have one meeting in November. So I think for me right now, what is the greater good? To get condos, Postmark has been the most outspoken, the residents of Postmark for a while now. So I don't see this as an easy, quick fix to get second meters and to have landlords comply or we do it, or the expense. But I think in the next month, by the 29th, like Melissa said, I think we need to move forward on something. And to me, what is the greater good? They will benefit immediately. Postmark and a few other buildings, hopefully. And then we're gonna strive for a permanent fix. That's just my opinion, but if we let this go on for another 6 months, potentially 3 months, 6 months into next year, I don't think it's a good look for us. But we gotta do it right, but I don't know what right is, or how quickly.
So in general agreement, but to kick the can down the road is not the right call here either. That's what we're all complaining about, is that we've been kicking it down the road. So we need to deal with it. So I would suggest that we give Sharon a little bit of time to look into this.
Yes.
I would even suggest that worst case in a hybrid scenario where we know we have one user in particular that's higher, see if there are others like that. We know that we can get their actual usage, get billed according to their actual usage.
Well, that's the goal.
We can do it for Postmark. It's easy. The data's already there.
What?
See if there are others in the same scenario. As a near, I'm not comfortable saying to the rest of the ratepayers in town, hey, everybody else pays, according to the tiers, except commercial.
No, that's not
except commercial and multi-use.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we've heard from residents, and I think we're at the 5 or 10 yard line, and we have to get into the end zone. So how long does it take to get in the end zone? 2 minutes left on the clock. Sometimes it's a half hour to get 2 minutes done.
Yep.
I don't want to see that happen with this, and I don't want to do it wrong either. But I think in the next month, we need to move the needle a little bit.
I think it's doable in this circumstance. I don't see this as such a tough putt. The long-term solution, I think, is a discussion with planning and how that works in terms of separate meters. And we should have that discussion, but that doesn't hold anything up. That's just a fact. We need to do that. But short-term, look, we're doing all these things now for multi-use. We're trying to figure out how to be more equitable. But let's do that. Let's make it work. So that includes saying to folks, use a large amount of water, you should be subject to the tiers.
So we'll regroup and come back on the 29th. Is that what you were saying? To talk more about it or to vote on it, or?
I don't think next week's realistic.
No, I don't. I
That's
think
not
we
realistic.
give Sharon some more time on this. It was good to get this feedback tonight and keep talking about it. But so we'll regroup and come back on the 29th with more information.
The problem with that though is, what is the drop date, Sharon, for the bills to go out? Is it the 29th?
No, the 29th is the day, I wouldn't be able to give you information on the 29th. 29th is the day that they do the meter reads. And then they work on the bills will go out in December. So they do the bills towards the end of the month.
So as long as people are not getting charged, today isn't changing that, tomorrow isn't either. As long as the next bill that everyone is getting this has been resolved, then we're good. But yes, we do need to have it at the 29th meeting or whatever. It has to happen, at least for me.
I think that's a great goal. I don't want to implement bad government because we'll come back and smack us in the face. And we will be here working on this again if we do this incorrectly. So I think it's a great goal and let's see what our talented staff can come up with.
If I may, the conversation about apartments, because apartments are commercial buildings. They're generally thought of commercial. And your point about affordable units is there. I don't know that changing or charging at the lower tiers per apartment unit is gonna lower leases. But what is I'm curious what the temperature of the board is for, water billing for apartment buildings. Is there an interest in doing it per unit, as Ms. Herrick said?
Well, could we ask, I don't know, we have heard a lot from the postmark. We do know that developer put meters in. So I don't know if the Met, for example, put meters in. I don't know if that Chute Street property, if that gets going, which that is intended to be apartments, if we could nudge them in that direction. So that's kind of like the bigger conversation. But could make a few calls and see if there are other.
Ace Flats,
You can get
Rise
some more,
Building.
yes, but they were
Ace
all
Flats,
plumbed
that's what I was
prior
thinking
to
of.
multi-tier.
No, I know that. It's just,
Right, that's another great example.
I don't know about, we have a lot of apartment buildings in town. Quite a few, and we don't want this to be a billing nightmare on the back end, so as much as.
Washington Street Apartments, okay, that's a great example of an older building.
The General Washington, yeah.
Yep,
Yep.
thank you. So or even the other ones, I don't know whether they have individual meters. Do they continue to suffer? Are we gonna give them a solution? Because those are not luxury buildings. Those are people just trying to pay their rent.
Yep. I appreciate the feedback, that's why we asked.
Thanks, Carla. My take on the apartment scenario is I'm not a landlord, not that I would ever be, but I think that if I was, it would be used as leverage, like Karen, I think, or someone mentioned about raising rents that they can hit on the back end. Whether it's $50, it is what it is. $50 a month, 12 months, 600, that's pretty significant to me. Because they're not going to raise their rent by like $7 or whatever it ends up being. So like I said, if we're fixing it for everyone. Then we're done with it. That's it. That's how it is for me.
Melissa, we can't see you on the screen. Do you have any comments?
No, I don't have anything right now. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll put this on the agenda for the 29th for some kind of update and potential vote if we're there. All right, where are we? ARPA funds. Next.
Well, let me bring up that spreadsheet. One of them, but this is the other one. So before I get into the spreadsheet, this proposal that's up on the screen, can you see this? This is a health department proposal.
Yep.
Too small.
Too small. Let's see if we can make it bigger.
It's in the packet, but yes, on screen is definitely too small for the audience.
Is that still too small?
Oh, that's good. Just gotta scroll side to side and stuff.
Yeah, I'll have to scroll side to side. So I'll just go over this first because this one's the first one that came up. So there was about $21,000 left on the COVID mitigation line. So if you recall, in the beginning, I asked the select board just the $250,000 way back when we got this grant towards COVID mitigation so that we could, do testing, we could do masks and gloves and all the things that would help prevent the spread. And so there's still $21,000 left there. So I reached out to Ade in the health department just to make sure there wasn't any need for tests or whatever. And he came up with this proposal to spend that $21,359.91 that is remaining. He has over here on the right about $3,300 related to programs geared towards different topics: maternal health, female health, postmenopause, healing with herbs. So these are like programs that he would run. He also mentions rodent mitigation using $12,519.80 for that. I'm not entirely sure what that entails. I don't know if that's a consultant. I don't know what exactly where he got that number. And then training kits for the nurses, for the inspector, coursework book, and then he had like a bunch of just kind of random health related like supplies that he could add to the grant so that we could use it up for the $21,359.91. So I wanted to show that to you in advance. And I think also in the packet was kind of more information about these programs that he's looking to run and what they're geared towards, and the age groups, and he's got that here too pretty much. So the other piece that I wanted to
Excuse me, Sharon, can I ask you a question on that? So in our packet, it also says, health has a proposal for these funds, requires a vote to reallocate. Vote of the select board, vote of the
all
Board
of these
of Health?
funds are allocated by the select board.
Okay.
The select board has control over the Arpa funds, so because we're not using it, like that 21,000, we don't have a COVID mitigation need right now, so it really needs to be reallocated so that we don't lose it, because I don't want to give this money back to the feds. I'd like to spend it on something. And so when I mentioned it to him, I think he thought I was looking for a proposal, but where he did give me a proposal, I figured I would show it to you, and then it's up to you guys where you want to put those funds.
Good, thank you.
Let me see if I can pull up the original spreadsheet. Give me a second, because I don't have it open. And then I'll share it. I'm going to share it. I didn't have it open originally, so here it is. Can you see it?
Yep.
Is it too small?
Yes.
It sure is.
It's tiny?
Can you collapse, the sidebar?
Well, I can go over the numbers with you, so I'll read them off to you. So we got, I'm sorry?
You can just make it a little bit bigger,
Yeah, so it's page 92, I think, in the packet, yeah.
There you go. That was great.
It's good.
Okay, so we got $7.592 million approximately in the ARPA grant, and what we have remaining is $176,000, $176,325. Out of that money, this Historic Commission digitizing of photos, that is going to be used. I checked in with the folks there. And this Bear Meadow Stewardship, the $15,600, they're going to use that for a large outdoor deck. So that number, these numbers here, the $9,176 and the $15,600, I'm not going to ask you to reallocate those funds because they do have a use plan. These funds do need to be encumbered by December 31st, 2024, or we lose them. So that's why we're talking about them now. So out of the premium pay, the amount that you allocated, there's $5,027.35 that needs to be reallocated. For the senior programs, we had budgeted support for salaries for people that went from part-time to full-time to fill the need. So I've recorded those entries for fiscal 25, and we have $2,025 remaining there. That will need to be reallocated. And then this tree invasive species, a small little remainder there. I'm not sure if it's needed, but I highlighted it and included it in the total. I'm thinking that it's either not going to be used or we need to reallocate it. And then this $38.99, same thing for the Trails Committee supplies. Then the COVID mitigation is that $21,359.91 that the Health Department did put a proposal. That's entirely up to you if you want to approve that proposal or if you want to use those funds for something else. This 122,840.93, my discussions with Jenna stated that she felt that there may be $80,000 left after she encumbers all the programs that they have planned. And so she'd be interested to hear what you would like to do with those funds. So when all is said and done, down below here, I tell you that there's about 108,708.25 out of the amount that's highlighted above. If you were to approve the health proposal, you'd have 87,348.34 that you could reallocate for something else. And then I just gave you, just off the top of my head, just a few potential ideas. I know that we have a group of people raising money for pickleball courts and one large donation from one person. So there's a lot of need there for that pickleball court design. So I thought, well, that's maybe a good use of funds. Paving is always a strong need here in Reading. Our paving money isn't going as far as it has in the past. So any additional funds we can throw at it is always welcome. Sidewalk work, additional capital is always an option. We can always move something up on the capital plan. I just need something that we can get encumbered by December 31st, 2024. So when it came to like the comments about the senior center, unless we know it's something that we can sign a contract and have it encumbered, there's a chance we could lose the money. So that's why I'm looking at things that I know that we could spend right away. We could even put extra funding to support the sewer department to have, towards lost revenue from doing the pilot program for the, for the second meters for irrigation, knowing that the revenues might be lower than what we might have budgeted. So those are just a few things off the top of my head that I was thinking, and it's not up to me, it's up to you guys what you want to use these funds for, but I wanted to give you an idea of how much money might need to be reallocated. So in my total here, this 108,708.25 is the amount that I feel needs to be reallocated. If you want to take out the two that I'm unsure of, which is the the 257 and the 38.99, those just look like small remainders, but they could be used. We could do that as well. But I'd like to not have to send any money back to the federal government. I'd like to get all this money used.
Amen.
Here, here.
Every time.
Second.
Could we find out, that's a big number for rodent mitigation, like what it's for?
We can find out. I mean, you don't have to vote anything. I just wanted us to kind of be thinking about the fact that there may be remainders that have to be reallocated. So I can find out more information from Aday, who put it together.
Sharon, I can fill in some of the blanks if that's all right. I've spoken to Aday about some of his efforts here. He comes from another town. I think he came from Somerville, and so he understands the rodent mitigation problem. And what we've started doing is moving all of our rodent mitigation over to birth control.
Right.
From poison, which is safer for other animals and the food chain and all the wildlife. So this is to continue to do more of that work, and there's adding stations and so forth, and it's kits. So there's pieces you buy. All together. So we have spoken about some of that. That's what that's toward, and it's not to deploy it all over town. It's really just to be more responsive, particularly in areas where we're seeing residents are coming to us with this is an issue in this particular area. Whenever there's construction going on, it's disturbing.
Well, my question is, if we don't approve this, is it not going to get done?
This is additional to the work we already do. This is additional work. So it would expand what we're already offering and, would allow us to see if this is efficacious. Is it worth going back and adding into the operating fund in the future? So we talked about pilot programs. My read on this is it's a way of doing that.
Is it working? Do we has it been tracking? I haven't heard any complaints recently, out loud anyway.
Great, I'm glad. I am so glad that you're not getting complaints. Yeah, that is good news.
You're getting them?
We get them from time to time.
Yeah,
There's a particular neighborhood, and we're responsive to it, but we want to. I think that I would defer to Aday on this particular matter.
And we do this on public and private property, or just public?
Public property.
Just public property, right? Schools, our buildings,
and we
fields.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just as an aside, when buildings come down like the 128 Tire building, do we require them to deal with rodents before they take it down? Because other communities do. We put that on.
I believe that is some work that's done as part of the demolition process and
Sure,
all of the
right.
inspectors and all of that goes on.
Anyone else?
I was just remembering the park over on, it's the park over here where we had incidents where a resident was concerned that their dog was eating the stuff, so.
Washington Park?
Is it Washington Park? Yeah, so ongoing control, they want to make sure that's properly funded.
Right. Well,
We
I mean,
haven't had
it's staff that's going out, it's a day, it's our health inspector going out and checking these himself. So it's not necessarily a service.
Chris?
Thanks, Carlo. Yeah, I heard at the Mail at Soames scenario the same thing with the rats, with that, even because of that. Obviously, it's better now, but that was still an issue over there. And I have seen, like Carlo mentioned, complaints previously. We haven't heard a lot. It's mainly been kiosk, trash, water, etc. So it's good to see that. Where I'm at is the 708.25, sticking the money still with the funds for the rodent mitigation because we don't want rats. And then the rest of the money is either in water rates or paving. My future agenda item is related to paving as well anyway. So that's where I'm at. I'm all set with spending $13 for scissors that you can get at the dollar store across the street. Like, I don't want to be that guy. I know every year someone puts out a list of all major government spending. I looked at that list and said I can get half the stuff across the street. I'm all set with that. Put it back into the water or redoing the roads, etc. But the rodent thing, it makes sense. We don't want to deal with that. So.
Yep.
I don't want rodents, agreed. One of the things I'd ask, I'm a little surprised at the kind of the senior money not being there, and I don't know if there are other potential activities or agenda if you want to talk to that. But one of the things that I know was not spent toward, let's say, things related to the current center in anticipation that it's not a long-term home. And I think that's the right decision. Obviously, things that have to happen, but investing toward the future of it is probably not what we want to be doing. So that made sense. I don't know from a programming point of view if you have any other things in mind. I know Sharon mentioned that you guys have had a discussion. I kind of first time seeing it, so I'd want to hear if there are any thoughts about it.
Sure. Jenna Wood, Community Services Director. Hello, everyone. So basically, a year ago, I was here, and Mark, you're spot on. So a year ago, we were here and we made these projections. I was here with Chris and some of the other team. And the supplemental program space, I had projected $90,000 to be used towards supplemental programming space, with the indication that maybe we would have something on deck with the senior center and we could use some of that supplemental programming space money for a rental. And I thought it would be disingenuous to be like, oh, well, we're gonna just tie this money up and have programming for like the next 2 years, right? Which we could do. We've programmed all the way till the end of 2025 with contracts, and we're just waiting to get some of those back. So we'll have programming, we'll have meals until the end of next year, which is tremendous. And going another year beyond that with programming, again, seemed a little bit of a reach because we don't know where these vendors are going to be in their lives. We don't know where we're going to be at our center. So there was some unknowns with the programs. But we set out to do exactly what we projected to do. We did the audio visual system. We have all the programming lined up, the feasibility study, the programming staff support we transferred over. So it's just that supplemental program space. And speaking with the staff, and I can't speak on behalf of all of the elder population, of course, but just with staff conversations with Chris, we did see pickleball as being a really high up priority, just based on some conversations that we've had, some private donations that have been coming in. the fact that on the recalc presentation, the pickleball was located right next to the potential center, and a majority of pickleball players historically have been seniors. We know.
60 plus.
Yeah, 60 plus, sorry.
Fastest growing sport in America.
Yes, fastest growing sport in America. So I don't know if, I'm sure things have changed now. It's become more of an intergenerational sport, of course. A lot of folks are playing it. But from what Jim and I see personally in recreation programs, and I think even some of the folks here, if I asked everyone to raise their hand and then asked everyone, raise your hand if you're 60 plus, don't want to go there, but but you know, the data is in the room too, of course. So we thought that kind of fit a need for supplemental programming space and would really tie into a big need in our town. So, but again, it is up to you. And
Well, I'd like to build on what Jen and I have spent a lot of time talking about this. And Jim Sullivan and I have spent a lot of time talking about this. I have sat with the pickleball community and talked with them about this, and I've talked with engineering and DPW about this, and I think, and with finance, and all of staff is on board with a recommendation that the 80,000 portion would go to pickleball. It's a group that was supposed to have this addressed during the Birch Meadow Phase 2 project, and they were fantastic working with the town, understanding the noise issues that other communities have experienced. And so they said, yes, we will come off that project and we will wait. And we will wait. And we appreciate their posture during that. But we have small resources in town at Memorial Park. It is a very popular sport. You're going to hear more about that in the next segment of your evening ahead of you. Jim has a great presentation to bring forward. But we have started looking into what this might look like. What are we even to anticipate? How much would it cost? Is this something that can be done? And there's already been substantial fundraising toward this privately. There's an effort to continue that work, and part of they're seeking this board to do your next agenda item is to allocate that land for this purpose, should it be passed as a capital project in the future. We would recommend going forward with engineering design with these funds. I believe that it fits best the spirit and the intention that this board previously did in allocating additional space. It's under the public services section of the budget. It meets a slightly different population and also partly the same of our Pleasant Street Center. It's recreation, it's outdoor space, it's all the extra things. So I think it meets the spirit of what these ARPA funds were originally intended for. It's something that can proceed. We could potentially, once we do the design with these funds, we could potentially embark on that work in the summertime. It's an exciting thing. I think it's exciting work that is a harbinger of other projects that may be happening in town, potentially in that location. But it's something that could happen starting next summer if we pass it. But I know there are a lot of people really excited about raising money toward this effort. There's some smiles in the front row. And this is money we have that we can put to great use that's not gonna come around again. Right, these are one-time special funds, and being able to put these toward the design of these courts. What you have in front of you is sort of 8 courts next to each other. Our designer may have a different plan that might make it less expensive for lighting, to actually have lighting there. We may do a phase approach, we don't know, but we think the design is the next best thing. We think this is a responsible and ethical use of these funds. It's not to say that paving is not, Mr. Haley. We know we can always use more funds for paving. We can always use more funds for paving. But we're not going to have these kinds of funds for this special purpose. And so staff is really united on that particular recommendation, but of course it is the pleasure of the board.
So a couple of thoughts on that. One, if there is going to be a request to get some town meeting money, nominally this would lower that request if we whatever we use.
Sure, well, the design, yeah. And
So, if it's something that is, being brought forward, maybe using the ARPA funds could be an interesting way of doing it. Another question was just making sure that it does need to be encumbered by December.
That's correct.
And we need to get every penny, period. Shouldn't be anything left.
We agree.
Like, no matter what,
we're not sending
let's not
Donna
get to
back.
December 30th, right, to figure out how to spend the rest of it. So kind of figuring that through, making sure that it's, we're doing the things that we need to, that we can reasonably encumber for this time period and get it done. So, we can talk about where it goes, but hearing, possibilities, seeing where it goes. I think the other thing from my perspective is that because we're gonna do this environmental study in a couple of weeks, that gives us a lot more information also. It can solidify some pieces and we're talking about assuring land, thinking about where construction would go. And I think that a great piece of what this active living center could do is cater to indoor and outdoor sports.
100%.
And those are all pieces that could make sense here. So definitely something that should be in the consideration set. And I just wanted to make sure that where this is coming from, what people are thinking, and different things that could happen. So
All I heard was pickleball.
but I was talking about dinner tomorrow, and all you were thinking about was pickleball.
That's what I heard come out of your mouth.
So we need to design something over there, and that's fine. I'm a little concerned about the timing, and I also am in complete agreement we're not giving any money back to the federal government because they were so generous. The best we can do is spend it. So, if the majority of the board, I'm worried about the timing. Are we getting ahead of things if we're designing courts where the building isn't that flushed out? So I'm wondering whether, what the implications are putting money towards a design and then having it not be relevant because we go on a different. But that being said, if we got to the end of the year, in general, I would support that, and we need to do a good job designing it. And I don't argue that it is in the spirit of the money that was allocated to the senior center. Just worried about losing it, and I think the select board could pivot pretty quickly and put it into sewer fund. Everybody wants a lower sewer bill, so it's kind of where I am with that. I'm just worried about the timing. It's October, so.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yeah.
I think you bring up a good point. Because the pickleball community has already committed substantial funds to this project, my understanding from the recreation administrator is it's about $140,000. And we anticipate that they are intending to do fundraising to raise more than that. The town, the recreation department has a line item for courts every year as part of their operating capital improvement. That's $100,000, and we would designate that also for pickleball courts. We would separate the project. We would separate the pickleball courts from the overall recount project. They're going to, the work has been done by the designer. BH&A has brought this forward and raised this possibility, which is a beautiful thing through the feasibility study, and we've seen opportunity before us. So because if we separate this project, we're not doing a potential debt exclusion that's including a project that's already got private funds coming toward it. And so we think that makes financial sense to separate those pieces and be able to move forward with pickleball in the spring, bring it forward to town meeting to see what the appetite of town meeting wants to do. But we'll have in hand the design, and the design can be encumbered with, our vendor Activitas, who does engineering consulting. So we can do that, we can hit that timing, and we would separate those projects.
So separate them, but they would proceed along, and the two separate designers
They're
would be attached,
complementary.
or would be like the same designer? Just working as two
Activitas
different projects.
is a different, they're a different designer.
Yeah.
But there's harmony among all of these pieces with our OPM on board, with our designer, and with
I can see where that could work. And I have to tell you, I was pretty stunned when the recalc presentation showed pickleball courts, but it was explicit that they're not part of the project. So I appreciate
some of the explanation as to why that may have been so. Because I really didn't
I
understand
think they were always considered part of the project with BH&A. Is that correct?
Yeah, so pickleball was always a consideration in the overall project, specifically outdoor recreation. So trails, a walking path was always in it, in pickleball. It was fleshed out at Oakland Road, and obviously not at Pleasant Street, and we couldn't have it at Pleasant Street either. So the designer ended up separating it out because of that reason, because it wasn't equal across all the different sites that you could have pickleball at each site. So they just kind of parsed it out. And they did, to Jane's point, they gave us an original quote for four courts at $400,000. So if we are looking at 8 courts, it'd be $800,000 roughly. So kind of looks like that $80,000 would pan out quite beautifully, and that was unplanned.
No.
It really
10%
was. It really was. So.
Melissa, do you have any comments or questions?
Nope, not at this time. I do, like everyone said, and I think we're definitely all in agreement, we don't want to give any money back. So I'm okay with the pickleball thought. I think that would benefit many people in our community. Like Karen mentioned, timing is a little bit of a concern. And we don't want to lose any of that money, but as long as we can, pivot at some point, if we know we're going to have extra money and put it someplace else, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, we could do that in December. No
We're just going to encumber it with a contract.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's all we need to do. But you have to go out to bid, right, or no?
No, engineering services are exempt from procurement.
So that's how you're able to not have to worry about 30 days,
That's
all the other, okay.
That is correct.
All right.
It's a great question.
Anyone?
There were a couple of audience comments.
No, I don't want, no, because I'm gonna open up to that, no. So it says the relocation vote. Do we have a motion? Are we ready to vote?
I'm not. I think let's see what's going on. You've got the bonus of we're going to have this study done pronto, which can answer a lot of questions pretty quickly. What questions could it answer? If it turns out that we're finding some issues on a different part of that area that's being tested, then sealing it could be a great solution. Could be the right thing to do.
Yeah, encapsulation.
So, and that's not something that's out there. That's something that's here. It's going to be done in a couple of weeks. So I love thinking about these ideas. I think we are going to react quickly. I think we know that Simon's Way is the place where pickleball is going to need to go. I don't want to preclude something for the sake of a week or two that answers questions that we need answered.
Well, what's the difference, I guess?
You might want to put it in a different place. If it turns out that the area being tested has all sorts of things that need to be sealed, then sealing it with courts might be a great solution. Or hardtop for parking.
You're talking about location.
I'm talking about location.
Location.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think for me, we discussed it for the first time now, we can vote the next one. I mean, we have to just double check with the day, make sure that money's gonna get used. That's still included, and then the 80,000 is the remainder, correct?
That is correct. Yeah, if you want to do just the rodent mitigation, or we can get some more clarification, because you had parsed out parts of his.
Oh, so you're saying it's 80,000, but the rodent is 12, so that's 92, and we had 108, so there's more.
That's right.
Well, so that's what we gotta figure out.
We probably won't have the results till our November meeting, realistically.
So does that seem right?
I think that's about right. It'll take a couple of weeks. I know they were
after
already,
the testing.
they've already been out there to look at the site and walk the site and figure out where they're gonna put their test wells and so forth. So that's.
So we're doing a phase 2. We're going right to phase 2? We're drilling?
We're drilling the wells,
All right,
yes,
so-
to do the testing,
So,
yes.
okay, yeah, so
Well, tests.
I don't think it'll take a couple, I don't know, I think, yeah, November will be.
I think it answers a lot of questions for the community in terms of how we can use that space and figure out what the right things are. And if it does come up with some kind of contaminant issue, as I've been told so far, that basically sealing it with hardtop is a pretty good way of it's not mitigation, it's sealing or dealing or whatever the right term is. Encapsulation, thank you.
So all I hear is potentially 100 pickleball courts.
I don't hear that.
That's what I
So
hear.
this design is gonna do an analysis about a reasonable number of courts for a community of our size, right?
We gotta seal the whole thing. It's a lot.
You might want to think about parking and a few other things while you're
Yeah,
at it.
parking,
I know
parking.
that it starts with a P, maybe we'll get that close.
Pervious surface.
Pervious.
This was a good discussion.
I think we had a discussion. We know what monies we have. I think we should wait for I think the board would agree, maybe not, that we should wait for the test results. I mean, we're gonna encumber this money, definitely, and it's just a matter of, we still have some time.
Yep,
Alright.
we'll keep you
Yeah,
posted on
yeah, we'll
what's
stay
coming
on
back
it.
from soil testing,
Okay.
and we'll get a little bit more detail on the health proposal and bring that back to you with a final number. Does that make sense? That sounds good.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah, that'd be
great
good.
conversation. Thank you very much.
And I will buy a day a pair of scissors from across the street. And you guys will have.
Scissors are expensive.
But that's not for the rodents, right?
Oh, we hope.
Oh my gosh,
We hope
Mark.
All right, do we want,
I'm not gonna
do we
go
want a 5-minute recess or do
Select board
pickleball?
after dark.
You'll take 5?
Yeah.
Be great.
All right, 5-minute recess.
Time's good. Thank you.
I just talked with that.
What you've all been waiting for, Jim Sullivan.
Thank you. We're clapping for me. Yeah,
That's a good time.
Caitlin, I think, perfect, you're way ahead of me. So my name is Jim Sullivan, I'm the Recreation Administrator. I've been in this role for 18 months, and when I started here, for the first 8 months, I would have thought I was the Reading Pickleball Administrator for the town. Every week, every day, pretty much for my first 8 months, had something to do with pickleball. Jane did a great job, I think, just talking as well and kind of talking about our vision moving forward. We know it's an active group here, and I think for the past 18 months, I think, felt like we've kind of been stuck in the mud a little bit, and we didn't know how to get out of it, what to do, how to proceed to find courts. We looked at things. We looked at the back parking lot over at Simon's Way, doing something temporary. And at the time, I was opposed to it. And I mean, I know I didn't come off probably in the best light. I've always said I know pickleball is up and coming. I support it. I support recreation. I think the situation we're finding ourselves in now is the ideal situation. I got some slides. I know you guys got a lot to get to. I think we're all in agreement that we need courts in town. So, Caitlin, if you can go to the first slide. I'll try to make this quick. I think I'll be 10 minutes at the most. So at our last Recreation Committee meeting, we did have a vote. I want to be clear. We had a vote to bring this to the Select Board to have a discussion and vote to recommend pickleball courts to be allocated at the parcel of land that I'm going to show you in a few moments. And the vote went 6-0. There was 3 full members that were not in attendance. I talked to Eric Gaffin tonight. He said to make sure that you guys know those 3 were in support of this as well too. If they were in attendance at that meeting, they would have voted for this, so it would have been 9-0 as well. I'm sure a lot of you guys know, I know the folks in the crowd know, the process right now, we're at Memorial Park. We're making it work. It's not ideal. It's certainly not sustainable with the growth I'm going to show you in the next slides that we're going to bring up. We have 2 tennis courts that have been changed over to 4 pickleball. Go back one more, Caitlin. I don't want people jumping ahead. There's a lot of numbers. I know we talked a lot about numbers tonight, so thank you. Where you can reserve 2 weeks in advance. So the way it works is 2 weeks prior to a scheduled date, you have to wake up bright and early, 6 a.m., and you can reserve courts. The courts go very quick. The issue we had when I first started working here, folks weren't able to reserve courts. There was some anomalies in the system where there was some out-of-town folks that were coming in as well. Some folks were booking more than 1 or 2 courts. So the first couple months, we worked on getting that system right, and I think we've done a better job this year. There are a few more courts available. Off-peak hours, which there really aren't many off-peak hours when I'm going to show you the next slide. But we also developed open play. Open play happens on Friday. This is available to anyone to show up, to go down to the courts from 2 to 8 o'clock at night. They can learn the system, they can learn what level player they are, learn who to play with, meet some people. It's a big social event, and I know it's been very well received this year as well, so that has helped. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. courts are available Monday through Friday, Saturday and Sunday. We do not charge residents any fees for reservations. Non-residents, $25 per reservations. We don't get a lot of non-residents booking here, which is good, but there are some non-residents that will mix in with some of these other groups. As far as usage, if you go to the next slide, Caitlin. This is by the numbers. So the past week I looked at every reservation we've had over the past 5 months. In 1 month, say for the month of May, there are 1,488 potential hours of available bookings. Out of those potential hours, 1,233 hours are booked. That's 83%. If you're looking at courts around town, like during 8 o'clock to 2 o'clock, whether it's tennis, basketball, you don't see many folks out there, right? They're working, kids are in school. You drive by these courts, they are packed. 8 a.m. to 12 o'clock, typically 3 to 4 courts. And from 2 to 7 o'clock at night, it is very hard to find any openings whatsoever. All 4 courts are booked. June, it drops a little bit. It does get warmer. You'll see some openings at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, just because it is so hot out. Same with July. And then they will play all the way up until snow, up until December as well too. So these courts are getting used probably way too much. It's not sustainable because there are folks that are getting left out because we don't have enough courts. And I know we talked about 8 courts. I think 8 courts is the sweet spot. 6 is great, it's better than 4, but I think 8, we could benefit from a lot more. On the right side, if you were to look at the courts hourly, every hour, and counted how many people were on them each hour, in May. I'm not saying these are all different folks that are coming into town, but you can book up to an hour or 2 hours. But if you were to do that and average 3 people per court, typically it's 4, I would say. It's typically 4, but some people do play singles. 6 on a court at once?
Usually there's many extras.
So I took the average of 3 on a court, and this is what you would see. So if you were there and you counted how many people are on the court, typically it's probably 16 per hour. Month of May, there's 3,699. They're not all different people, but that is a huge number. So in 5 months, there's 18,315 people kind of on those courts throughout the time, which is huge. This is a huge community that we have here. So I think those numbers are pretty impressive. Next slide. These ones will be quick. This was information from the SWEC. I just want to reiterate, I know you guys have seen these slides. These slides were pulled from them directly. Top priorities based on the survey results they had. For the fill-in responses, 1 was an additional hockey rink, and number 2 that came on that was the pickleball courts at 73. These folks wrote these things in that they wanted to see that. And then below, there was field space. Question 2, rank the priorities. Number 1, outdoor athletic fields and courts. Certainly need pickleball courts, and we certainly need more fields in this town as well. So those are the 2 questions, and pickleball found themselves on both those. Next slide. This is what was recommended by SWEC before they sunsetted, and again, pickleball courts was up there as well. Go to the next slide. And this is what they had presented to you as well. There was a demand that was identified. The biggest thing is the sound, unlikely to negatively impact neighbors, and we're talking about sound. When we look at where these courts, which you're going to see a map of, the courts are approximately 800 feet away from the closest home on Simons Way. Put that in perspective, where we are right now to Memorial Park, that's 800 feet away. So that's how far the courts are away. And over in that Simons Way area, there are a number of trees that will also help prohibit that sound. Next slide. I'm gonna move you along. The recalc committee as well, this is what was brought up as well at the select board meeting. So where you see the courts, I think you guys can kind of see it. It is on Range Road. It sits kind of parallel to where they are right now. That is with 6 courts. And this is what they proposed with the Reading Center for Active Living. This is where they said it would be best fit. And if you look at that land, there is a little red dotted line that's over there as well. That's kind of like the border of where we kind of want to keep everything in with wetlands and things out there. So it's a small sliver of land that honestly, I don't know what else you can utilize it for other than parking or a small open green space. It almost fits in there perfectly with those 6 courts. It's not impeaching on the parking that they would need for the Center for Active Living or the building as well too. So that's what was presented. The next one we're going to show you is the 8 courts. It's basically just bumping it up a little further down. Really, again, not impeding on any of the design that was brought forth by Recalc. As far as what's great about this site, we are able to put lights in there. There was some questions about conservation and the runoff with the light as well too. I did speak with Chuck Taroni, the conservation administrator. He said he didn't see any issues with this as well. And he did talk about the land contamination and the encapsulation, which you guys already had mentioned too. And he said that is the best remedy as well if there was to be some contaminants in there as well. Parking, Memorial Park has issues with parking. There's not a lot of space. Accessibility right now is a problem as well. There is a small hill that folks have to walk up to. When that parking lot is full, they gotta park over on Harrison or right out in front of the new stone wall that they just did as well. So it's a little bit of a trek for folks to get up to as well. And as far as Memorial Park too, as far as the closest home, that house is about 200 feet away. And we have spoken with those neighbors before. They have come to recreation committee meetings. And like Jane had said, Pickleball understands that noise is an issue, and they have been great at trying to accommodate the needs of the neighbors down there as well too. Next one, I'm not sure if that could be it. The goals and the next steps with Jane, I think you did a great job. Honestly, when you were done talking, I felt like I didn't need to get up here and even say one thing.
We always need you, Jim.
Yeah, it's my first time here, so I'm glad I got to get this out of the way as well too. The next steps, obviously, we're asking you if you can kind of allocate this land for us to begin the process of moving forward and trying to get the momentum that we already have moving forward. We're already in the process of testing the land for contaminants. That's coming, I think it's close to about 14,000 dollars that recreation is coming from our revolving fund for all the programs that we run. We obviously bring in some money, so we're using some of our money to put it towards that as well, to get that process moving. Develop some initial plans, estimates, site prep, figure out what it's gonna look like, and we'd obviously rely on the pickleball community to kind of give us input on, specific fencing. Where should the fencing be? How much space do we need from left to right, back and front as well? Accessibility for folks that want to play down there as well too. We know it's aggressive. Would love to get on the warrant for Springtown meeting, but there is a lot that needs to be done. And we'd love to get something moving forward next year if possible as well. Like I said, I know they've been trying to get courts here for longer than I've been here. I think the timing is right. I think we have an ideal location over at Simon's Way. And the last thing I'll leave you with too, what I walked into, basically the first month in this job, walked into all of these postcards that found themselves on the desk, and I'll read exactly what it says on the top. Dear Reading Recreation Committee, please support dedicated pickleball courts at Simon's Way now. Basically, I'll reiterate the same thing and basically say, dear Select Board, please support these dedicated courts over at Simon's Way as well. So thank you guys very much for having me. Hopefully we can continue to move forward. I know RPPA is here. They're next. I don't think I have another slideshow, right? Caitlin, I'm good? There we go. All right. Thank you guys again for listening. No further
All right, I think there's one more slide, sorry.
I do, I have a question. So if the Center for Active Living is not in existence, parking for these courts would be where?
I would assume.
There is a space there now.
Yeah, right now, I don't know if you've been down there lately, there is a space on the right side where it's almost like gravel that I think they had some sewer work or something done over there right now, so it'd probably be a little bit below it right now. So there would be a parking lot that would need to be there right now.
Need to be built?
Yes, and I did speak with Chuck and he said, it could be something like, right now it is like gravel as well too, so there would need to be a parking lot that would be put in there with, I think the understanding is, if that does land there, it's obviously gonna be a nicer parking lot moving forward. That's something we'd have to look at as a cost as well too.
The reason I'm asking, because obviously our tenants are right there.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to loop them in and let them know.
100%.
Assure them that we're not taking over their parking.
And I think in the winter as well too, another benefit would be as well, there's gonna be some extra spots over there as well when you have the big skating events. If there's not pickleball going on, there might be some open spots as well. The hockey events in the winter when there's snow in there, there's gonna be an open lot there as well too, so folks won't have to walk across to the church.
Yeah, it'd be a win-win. Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Eileen Manning. I'm a member of the Reading Pickleball Players Association Board. Thank you for having us speak here today. We'd like to express our gratitude to Jim and to Jenna and to Jane for all the work they've done to help us figure out how to make these pickleball courts happen in Reading. Since our founding in January 2023 to advocate for courts and fundraise for them, we have raised $120,000 and we have an additional, at this point, $55,000 pledge to fund these dedicated public lighted pickleball courts in our town. We have received feedback from potential donors that they are willing to continue to help us raise funds here and get us to a goal of $200,000 put towards these courts. But what will help us reach that goal is to have secured land. Right now we're raising on the hope that there will be courts. And we've done, a pretty good job of getting some money to show you that we're serious about it. And we'd like to be able to continue to do that and support this project. And we ask for your support to dedicate that land so that we can get to our goal.
Any questions from the board? Yes?
Thanks, Carlo. More just a comment. I hope that, I know the pickleball players have been bumped around about 95 different boards, committees, et cetera, over the past few years. It's not that exhausting to me seeing it again and again and again, but for them, I can only imagine how much of a deal it's been this entire time. I understand there's processes and steps you have to follow, but I honestly hope I never see them again until the April town meeting vote, essentially. We just have to get something done. It looks as if that is on the table. I just hope that finally this can be their, last stop before this gets squared away. And then one other question for Jim, I guess. Do we know what the snow scenario is going to be like for this year? Because whatever you do for this has to work for that. Yep. So if we're going to be shoveling, not shoveling, whatever scenario.
We will come up with some plans. There's other towns that I've spoken with. I know last year there was some issues about locking, unlocking, and years past they were locked and then they were unlocked when the snow would melt as well. So I mean, I think if we have dedicated pickleball courts, are you talking this year or are you talking if we get to this stage?
Both. So whatever you have down there, it's going to be snowed on, just like Memorial Park is going to be snowed on too. So hopefully there's a fix for whatever is going to happen that we're going to spend all the money on can correlate to what currently exists over here for this season.
Yeah, I would absolutely love to keep them open full time. I know in other towns, I believe in Lexington, it falls on DPW and Parks and Rec, and they actually use snow blowers to blow off the snow when they can, when it's not overly heavy. As far as shovels, they will allow shovels, but they need to have the plastic bottoms as well too. There's squeegees that can be used. I'd be willing to have them be open in the winter if we can come up with a plan, come up with some rules as well too on who's taking care of them, how they're taking care of them. My biggest issue is obviously them getting damaged and ice melt being put on courts just to melt them, just to get in there a few days prior to possibly melting. Something that'll be on my agenda probably for the next rec committee meeting to come up with what's going to happen this winter as well. And I know the neighbors over there as well too. They wanted a little bit of respite in the winter as well. They had come to me before about keeping those courts closed too, so that was weighing in on me as well too. So I mean, yeah, there needs to be some kind of concrete plan. I agree with you as well too. I mean, you guys would love to play year round, and the location over there at Simon's Way, I think would allow that without, impeding on any neighborhoods as well. As long as we come up with a solution, whether it's a volunteer group, it's our PPA kind of working together to come up with a crew that is out there with leaf blowers kind of blowing off the snow if there is a light dusting. So I'm open to suggestions and working with the RPPA community to get them out there. They want to play year round. They want to play outside as well. I think it's good for the health.
Yeah, I know the priority for the DPW should be streets, sidewalks, schools, etc. I understand that. And if pickleball at the end can be done, fantastic. If not, it is what it is. But I'd just like to see whatever hashed out here so it can work at the nice brand new location.
We can get creative. We have a volunteer coordinator as well that's always looking for certain jobs as well too. So I mean, I'm open to reach out, and you can reach out to some scouts as well too. I think it's just a lot of proactive planning that we can certainly start looking at moving forward.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Melissa?
Pickled out.
I only had one quick question, and I just want to, I love the idea. I mean, clearly there's a need for these courts, so I fully support that. But I did have one question. Is there any concerns with the gun range over there in these courts and how loud that is? I mean, I live on Van Norden and I can hear it, so.
It's kind of like we came full circle with the noise. Now it's going to maybe be a little bit out of the way. It's obviously been,
No, I mean, it's not like that gun range is going anywhere, so I just want to bring that up, so,
I mean, I honestly think it helps the case getting these courts down here. I've talked to a number of colleagues who work in other towns, and they are having trouble finding spots. And I tell them the situation we're in, it's kind of the backside of a hockey rink. There's no homes close by, and there's actually a rifle range over there as well. And I honestly think it's probably the most ideal spot, probably in New England, to put pickleball courts, to be honest with you.
Perfect, great.
And I don't think,
okay.
unless any folks here are opposed to having nice permanent courts here in a few rounds go off. But what I hear from the pickleball community is when they hit that ball perfectly on their paddle, it does make a certain sound, and they actually enjoy that. Hearing that pop, they know they hit the ball right. So I mean, they got it right next to their ear, so they are used to it as well too. And looking at the faces here, I don't think it's going to be an issue. We have kids that are out there playing soccer as well. The opposing teams, they'll come out there and not realize there's a gun range there too, and they'll get a little startled, but after a little bit, or baseball as well too. They do get used to it. So I think it's a good alternative to not having courts, and I think everyone would agree as well. But good point.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Chair, would you, just looking at who's still in the room, would you entertain taking that ACE committee next for those folks? Is the other one, does the parking kiosk have a bunch of people participating?
No, we can take out of order.
Can we not tonight, or do we have to? I'm sorry.
We got people in the room waiting.
Okay.
That's the reasoning.
All we're doing is talking about, does one of us want to do it? Or?
Sorry, do what? The
designee.
So I'm just, well, maybe trying to figure out who's in the room is here
I think we
that
need a
wants to hear
motion
that.
to take something out of order.
No, I think the chair.
Pickleball, we're done, yeah. We don't need a motion to take things out of order. No.
Well, how about just a clarification for those watching at home that we are going to take something out of order?
All right, we only have 2 agenda items left before future agenda and meeting minutes. Update on downtown parking kiosk rollout, which Jane has some numbers on it in the past 2 weeks. And then ad hoc commemorative establishment committee discuss select board designee appointment. For me, that means, is one of us gonna do it? Or, we're not picking tonight, it's a discussion, does anyone have an interest? And if we don't, yeah.
Sure, I know we're all busy and there are a passionate group of folks, lots of folks that are very passionate about this committee, and I'm very supportive of this committee, but I don't have a lot of bandwidth, and I would not be opposed to the select board choosing a designee for this committee. I spoke with Albert, and while I want to show that the select board supports this, and I believe we have, don't want to be a bench warmer, and and if other select board members also feel like we're kind of tapped out with bandwidth, I would be in full support of. The way I thought about it is that we shall have a number of applicants for the other 2 resident positions, and we could pick our designee out of that applicant pool, unless someone's dying to join. But I don't think it needs, my point is, I don't think it needs to be a select board member, so I might be in a little bit of opposition to your thoughts, initial thoughts.
I'm same kind of scenario. I think this is a very important activity. I don't have the bandwidth that I'd want to dedicate to it. And I, in fact, would be open to having another community member kind of fulfill the role of RC as a possibility, at least to discuss.
Yeah. Chris?
I'm twofold. A, I don't have the bandwidth either at the moment, unfortunately. And B, the specific point of this entire committee hinged upon us, and we are not even going to have somebody on it. That doesn't make sense to me at all. So, I understand that we can select a designee. I don't recall the last time that's ever actually happened since I've been here, that one of us hasn't taken the spot on a committee. And I think it would send a bad message that one of us isn't there. I mean, I understand I'm saying I can't do it myself, but I don't see how we could not have someone do it. I really don't. Not when we're it was created because of us. And now we're just going to be like, you know what? Just have somebody else go instead. Just, where is our role? Just to sit back and wait till the end? I don't know. That's kind of where I'm at.
Melissa, where do you stand?
I would love to take this on, but I just cannot at the moment. I do agree with Chris that I feel like it should be one of us, but I can't really push that considering I'm in the same boat as the rest of us and saying that I can't take it on right at this moment. So I'm not really sure what we got from here.
Well, we're just here to discuss it, and I'll on the last one, and I think it makes sense. This is a big board. We have to appoint 2 residents and 3 associates as well, so we have 5. Plus this, that's 6 to appoint. So there's gonna be a lot of applications, I'm assuming.
Staff members, there's only 2 residents.
3 associates. 3 associates as well.
Can we pull up the charge? Because the charge I looked at showed 2 residents and a select board designee.
I think it's, and then associate members too. Yes, I'll pull it up right now.
Thank you.
I went over this.
Maybe I was mistaken.
Yeah.
The charge I had showed
Sure.
a couple of appointments.
Let's just pull it right up.
And I just might be appointing staff procedurally.
So, yeah, so there's 1 select board member or designee appointed by the select board. Do you want me to go through all of them? A designee of the Office of Equity and Social Justice appointed by Albert. An employee of the Reading Police Department. 2 Reading residents appointed by the select board, so it's 3 appointments so far. A resident student, 1 member of the Coalition of Us or their designee, a school committee member or their designee, 1 Council of Aging member or a designee, and a designee from the Reading Public Library and Board of Library Trustees appointed by the Board of Library Trustees. And then the associate membership, there are 3 associate members also appointed by the select board.
Oh, okay, I apologize, my
But it's
charge
not
is
in
that
the bullet list, Karen, so there's a bullet list, everybody, and the associate members are just in the paragraph below. So that's why. Yep, so that's why. But so you would have, I have met with some of the folks that are interested in applying for this board. There's just so much energy and enthusiasm from just a fantastic group of people that I was privileged to meet last month. So I think that you'll have, that VASC will have a number of people to choose from, and you will not have a shortage of people.
For information, this isn't a VASC job because VASC deals with standing committees, and ad hoc committees have been, since I've been on the board in 2020, we deal with ad hoc committees. Town manager committee, Summits Way committee, every other committee.
Sure, okay. At any rate, the board will have no shortage of excellent candidates, would be my anticipation, if the board were to choose to have a designee member.
What was your comment? VASC is not gonna interview these people? No, that's not what you said.
Yes, it is. It's not the task of the VASC, it comes to the select board.
You expect us to interview 20, 30 people?
I don't think it's gonna be 20, 30 people, but the VASC does standing committees, and the select board does ad hoc committees. This is an ad hoc committee.
I think VASC does all the committees.
Nope, it's not true. We appointed you to the Summits Way committee.
Yeah, I know that.
Could we
As a designee for the Simons Way Committee.
So I think the question is, who's gonna do the interviewing? And one of the questions would be either, do we do it, or do we ask the VASC to do it, basically, even though it's not a regular role? We could possibly ask them to do it.
We interviewed 40 candidates for the initial town manager meeting. We do ad hoc committees.
Who's we? What do you mean we?
The select board. The select board. The select board created a committee.
Wait, we interviewed how many people for what?
How many, remember all the volunteers for the initial town manager selection committee? Like 40, remember? There were like 40.
I mean, I think it's doable, and I don't think it's gonna be 40 people.
I don't think it's gonna be 40.
I didn't say 40.
Yeah, but doing it that way.
Oh, the other suggestion I had, because I know we don't wanna be here all night, is that I would certainly be open to a separate little small meeting to just go through the applicants and get it done.
Okay, we have a slightly different topic, but very much on topic. In kind of listening to what all of us are saying, maybe if we can't be kind of that full member, we ask if one of us would serve as a liaison, a more direct liaison to the group. So in other words, we designate someone per the charter, but we'd also have a bit more of a direct channel back. So the responsibility would not be to attend all the meetings, but it would be to be engaged somehow and kind of be a liaison to it more directly, as opposed to all 5 of us serving as that liaison.
Yeah, that makes sense, but I kind of expected, I don't have VASC policies memorized, but I just expected that you and Melissa would do these interviews.
It's not how we do it. The VASC was just to help with the annual standing committee appointments.
I think it's more of a policy decision. We can do and break and do whatever we feel like at any point, because that's the way that this stuff goes. I don't see the harm in doing it. I just we all just said we don't have time to do anything, and now we're just gonna create more time for this stuff to get done. I still think this sends a bad message. The only time in my 4 years on the board that we picked a designee is for the ACE committee. That's what we want to go down in history with. I mean.
Well, if no one's stepping up, it's not anyone's fault.
Can I just say that, Chris, my impression, we didn't create this committee. Members of our community came to us and asked us to create this committee, and we said yes. I don't agree with you on this. We did not push for the committee. Our community members, some of whom are in the room tonight, pushed for this committee. We're facilitating it.
We signed a pledge back in the day to go ahead and do this. That's what we did.
No, that was like a one-day celebration. We agreed to have a celebration, and we fell down and didn't do it. We didn't agree to.
I don't think that's accurate, but whatever.
We're getting into semantics.
It's not semantics. I did sign a proclamation, said we're gonna have a celebration day, and I didn't do it.
The proclamation wasn't to form a committee.
Right. That's all I'm saying.
Correct.
I remember that.
Yes.
But here we are.
Right, and we agreed to do it.
Right.
I hear you loud and clear.
We agreed
This is
to
a really
do it.
hard one. It's important, and that's the point. And the other thing is, I don't want to get in the way of the momentum. You got momentum that's moving here.
I don't want to get in the way
We need
of
to drive
momentum.
it forward. We need to help it continue and go now, and not.
I'm happy to be a liaison. I cannot come to any more meetings. I am happy to be a liaison. I just can't.
All right, I would like to move this forward that none of us have the time, not because of desire, to do this, and then we will get the applicant pool and pick a designee or not, or pick someone that's come to us and advocated for themselves that we all agree upon. Because I think we have to, like, our designee, I guess, we should all agree. And like, by VASC interviewing however many applicants, and just like we do boards and committees, which is different, is gonna save us a lot of time. But I just think that the applications for this committee went out. I mean, is live, correct?
Yes, it is,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yep, and we got the first
Posted. That's what it
application this
posted.
morning. Yep.
Okay, so, and we're keeping it open for the rest of the month?
Through November 1.
Through the rest of the month. All right, so we have 3 more weeks for people to apply, if anyone's listening, to this committee. Either download it online, come to town hall. It's a 1-page document. And so once applications are closed on November 1st, we're gonna take however many there are and interview them at a November meeting or have a separate meeting?
Why don't we just see how many come in? And I personally, I am open to either.
That's mine.
If I have VASC to it, but that's just me because I'm not on VASC.
I know, I'm getting that. Thank you for being honest.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's part of your job.
I disagree.
Well, you know, we sign up for a lot of things, unfortunately. All right.
I think also, so Karen said she'd liaise potentially, so there's a piece of an option for us to be considering.
Yeah, we'll get there. I'm not worried about that. Okay, so.
Information site. Just a question. Can I fill you in on what our vision was with the designate that might help you in terms of your engagement? And I hear you loud and clear, Chris, and really appreciate what you're saying. Do you want me to?
No, I'm good. I think we're good. Honestly, I think we're good. We get it. Thank you. All right, I'm ready.
There's no motion. Oh, yeah.
There's no motion. Yeah, just discuss.
It'll come up when it's time to start appointing.
Yeah, once we get the applications.
Have one, take one down.
Yeah, once it hits 50, let us know.
But I'll let, if it hits 20, well, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think it'll be that. I still think you'll have an excellent turnout.
I think we will. Thank you.
So parking, as you know, and you may have heard earlier this evening, has rolled out in the 2 lots, in the Upper Haven lot and the Brandy Court lot. I believe we have Deputy Chief
She's on, yeah.
Amendola, who has stayed up with us. And thank you.
Yeah.
Deputy Amendola for sticking on, so she can answer questions. Parking is the purview of the police department, but we work together on all things. So what you have before you is some early data that we have received, and I'll just take you left to right. So you have Monday through Sunday for the first week and then the second week. We have 2 weeks out. The number of daily transactions, how many of those are in the Upper Haven lot, how many of those are in the Brandy Court lot, the number of users that paid for it versus, they didn't have to pay anything because they had the free hour. The number of users that used the app, the percent of users using the app on a given day. We'll post this data to the website as well. So 1 hour for free is listed, the percent of users that are 1 hour. Then the amount of money we collected through the app, the amount of money through the kiosk, how many coin transactions we have, and the percent of coin transactions. And so we have that. So the bottom line, number of daily transactions for the 2 weeks, the 2 weeks total is 867 transactions. And day over day, they increased. So you saw.
Real quick, what transactions, that's just.
The number
going
of
to the
people
kiosk.
who went to the kiosk.
Got it.
That's, or the app.
Or the app.
Or the app.
Or the app.
The kiosk
All right.
or the app.
Okay.
People that entered their plate one way or another. Of that total, 65% were 1 hour users, were there for an hour or less. And so that's 564 individuals, so over the 2 weeks. You'll also note that on Saturday and Sunday, we found this when we pulled the data yesterday, that there are people that were paying for parking. And you'll note that those are also all in the app. So for some reason, the app is charging on the weekends. They're logging in and choosing to pay on the app. So we have put in a call to pay by phone to have those all refunded. And we can see I didn't show you the transactions. We have the granularity down to the second for each transaction and what kind of a card it was and the plate number and so forth, but I'm not going to put people's plates numbers on, so I'm not doing that.
So great in terms of kind of getting back, but can the system be both shut down and labeled so people don't have any temptation on Saturdays and Sundays?
Well, it should be particularly if people coming from out of town, right? Like when I go to Hampton or Andover or wherever, I know I have to pay. I don't know what the rules are. So it should tell them.
It should
you
tell
don't
them.
have to
It
pay.
should tell them.
We're not going to take your money.
So literally it says.
It's free parking.
Free parking
Right.
on the weekend.
That's right. It's free.
You go into Boston, Sunday's free in Boston.
Yeah. Christine?
And can I also mention, it does shut off because that was one of the problems. You can't pay before 8 a.m.
That's right.
And after 5 p.m. So I don't understand why it would not be shutting off for the weekend.
Well, the kiosk does shut off for the weekend. It's just the app. It's the pay by phone app. Okay.
Do we
The
pay
app.
them to maintain it?
We do. Yeah. No. This is a
This is
ticket,
their
and it will
mistake.
get fixed. Yeah. So this is not what we signed up for. They
Several
know
tickets.
it's 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. So generally, pay by phone is very responsive, and I think we'll have this everybody will be refunded. If you look, I think the people that paid on Saturday and Sunday, it's like, not many. It's 16 the first week and just 12 the second. So that's for de minimis dollars, $11 and $26. So those will get refunded anyway because that's not right. So that's just one thing. So that's one. We pull the data and we see, okay, this is an issue. We'll fix that. And there's a number of issues that have been raised and raised from our business owners who came today that brought up a lot of really good points and concerns, and we share those concerns. There's other data on the bottom of your sheet that talks about employee placards. And this is data over the last 5 years, how many placards we sold. And what's interesting is, so in 2022, we increased the number of employee parking spots around the downtown to 250. We added 80 spots after the park committee was formed. So in 2022, we sold 236. In 2023, 223 employee placards were sold. And in 2024, so far, 218 placards have been sold out of 250. They've had 12 requests for 12 more since we turned on the paid parking. So that's just information. I think that there's a lot of concern about how paid parking is impacting our businesses, and I share that concern, and I don't want to undermine anything that our businesses are telling us. This data is the first 2 weeks. It's hard to draw conclusions from 2 weeks of data. If there's more that the board would like to see, if you have other questions, more data, there's a lot we can get. So this is just a taste of what I thought was, interesting and applicable. So we can go through this, see what more you would like to look at, what interests you, and see how it changes over the next 2 weeks. We can take a look at it in that way as well. We are seeing a number of people using the app and getting more comfortable with the app from week to week. And Melissa, you just mentioned that the Brandy Court lot, for example, the kiosks don't come on before 8 a.m. So if somebody wants to
Upper Haven.
Upper Haven. Okay, I think that's true in all of the kiosks. They don't come on early. And they're not going to. The police department's not going to start enforcement there until 9 or after. So if somebody's going to I
understand that, but yes, true. You're right. They won't start enforcement, but the tricky part is that you have residents that are going to classes that start at that Pilates place at 8 a.m. that starts at 8, so they're worried that they're going to get tickets because their class starts at 8, but the app doesn't turn on till 8. So Chris and I talked to several of those people on Friday.
Right, and so they have probably an hour-long class or something like that, so they wouldn't get back out to the lot until 9:15, maybe, something like that. So I think that's something that we can communicate with our parking, enforcement officer. They have a free hour, and we're not out there to, go get them. I don't know, Christine, are you on the line?
Yes, and when I was thinking of that, overall, we have to do this for the majority of businesses and what's best for everyone. So it's hard to look at each business and what schedule works for them. We can't turn them on before 8 because that's just our regulation. And I don't know that you can preset it on the app ahead of time. That's something maybe we can ask. But yeah, we know you get the first hour free. So I always tell Bridget, go slow, give them the time in the morning to, we're really trying to look for the people that are staying a lot longer than an hour,
I just got a quick question. Do we know how many spots are in each? Because the usage is so dramatic.
We do know.
How many spots
I don't
are in
know
each
off the top of my head how many, but we do know.
Chris, do you remember how many spots are in each lot?
DPW
roughly?
knows.
Speaking on Upper Haven only, I do not know the answer to that.
Okay. Are they somewhat equal?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No. Brandy Court has a lot more, maybe 20 more, I would say. I don't have the number off the top of my head, but they have more. Brandy
So they have more. Okay, that's helpful. So they have more. Okay, so we can see from this where the usage is.
Yeah, and no, there's more usage at the Upper Haven lot. And, another comment we've heard about is the signage is difficult. We agree the signage is difficult. The visual, when you're driving into the Upper Haven lot, it's just visually cluttered, right? There's businesses on one side, there's signs, there's the fence, there's a lot going on in that lot. So I've talked to DPW about moving the signs down a little bit so they're more at a level that works, and then changing some of the signs. But we're open to other changes as well. So, and suggestions. Yeah.
Yep.
So this dumb cough, do we have to default it for 2 hours? Because I paid $1 and I didn't need to pay $1. So does it have to default to 2 hours? Could it just default to 1 hour?
No, so that's just the home screen. It defaults to the 2 hours because that's when the payment would begin, right?
Yeah.
So you would press.
So I'm following instructions and I had lost my $1.
And
so
and
a lot of my, a lot of people really need the hour.
Rather than go down the one.
So could you just default it the free hour? Hey, we're giving you the free hour, and then let me say, oh no, I need more than that, because that's what I'm used to. I think at other kiosks, that would be.
So I will say I put a ticket in with. So we don't have control of those screens. It's like a big engineering process through the IPS. I did put a requested to them to make that first hour a lot more obvious, explain that well. And I will say this first hour has been problematic. It's not something that they do often, so that has caused us, enforcement concerns. And But most people that have asked and emailed me, once they understand, oh, I do have to put my plate in for the hour, they understand and they're okay with it. But it is hard. We're trying to get the word out that you have to put your plate in.
And I was gonna say, so I'm a resident, I'm here all the time, but our businesses have people coming in, hopefully new people coming in. So it's really like the first time, and anyway, if we could change that, great. I did want to give you some feedback that I was patronizing a business a little further south over by the Chocolate Truffle, and I asked them to call the police business line because they said there are people parking there now that are coming down and moving every 2 hours. So maybe they don't know where the other employee parking is. I'm gonna assume they don't know where the employee parking is. So, but I think we're gonna need a little more enforcement while we're getting people used to this.
Okay.
And I told her to please take pictures and call RPD.
Bridget can respond to that before.
Couple of questions if I could. So first one, can you, in terms of data, that would be great. It'd be great to find out how long people are staying. So I know the percentage that are there for an hour, but how long are folks staying? What's that look like?
We can, yep.
Is it 2 hours is the bulk of folks? Is it 6 hours it's the bulk of folks?
Well, I think the bulk of folks are an hour, obviously.
So we see the 60 and 70%.
How long are they?
Right, how long do they stay when they don't stay an hour? My guess is it's 2, but let's just see that.
The correct answer to that, and I'm sure Melissa's going to agree with me, the correct answer is they're staying for 0 hours. They're leaving. They're no longer coming downtown. That is the significant number compared to the insignificant numbers that are on this piece of paper in front of me. And you can continue, Mark, with whatever you were going to say. Sorry to cut you off, but I can gladly get into the scenario that's unfolding here, that we were out there for 8 hours. In the first hour, that was it. I texted Jane and Matt, had no clue that this was even on the agenda because I read it over the weekend. And I said, we got to get the kiosk thing on the agenda. This can't wait. I don't care what we got to do. And it was already on the agenda, so it is what it is. But the answer is 0 hours. They're leaving and they ain't coming back.
Let me continue if I could. First thing is to understand how long people are hoping to stay, trying to stay. Second of all is the programming thing. So I had no idea that this was like a major engineering feat whenever we want to make a change. Is that really the case?
It's not a major engineering feat. It's just we
Is it like
can't
a week of a
we can't
ticket?
go in and control it ourselves.
Got it.
So
Okay.
it's
something we
it's
wanted.
yeah, it's
Got it.
IPS has to make that change for us.
Yep.
Got it. Okay.
And that can sometimes take time.
Because we're finding out.
So are we allowed so many changes in the first year per our contract, or is just,
No, we can change.
we're paying for the change?
No.
Oh, that's right.
No, there's no limit.
There's no limit,
We
okay,
can-
because we're paying a yearly fee, whatever we're paying.
We pay a monthly fee per
Monthly-
kiosk.
monthly.
It's $25 per kiosk.
Yep. So the other question that came up, the woman who was talking about, the flower store, I don't remember her name right now, down in Brandy Court, noting that the spots on the street are 2 hours free and the spots in the back are essentially 1 hour free. Is that something we can think a little bit about in terms of what we might do? I also appreciate her comment about delivery van spot response.
I do too, yeah.
But maybe that's something to at least think about from a
Yeah, we could talk
BTTF
about
point of view.
the police, it's an enforcement issue, and also, I think she was talking about having designated as a voting space. It's the first I heard about that, but.
Yeah, I think that's
change.
Yeah, interesting comment, and maybe, whether that's front or back, I don't know, maybe that's worth asking folks what they'd prefer, but it might be very easy to do in the back, actually.
Usually the loading zone, is for multiple, it's not just for one person.
Yeah, so it might not, right, understood, so it'd be a loading
Right.
zone, and maybe one spot is wrong, maybe it's more than one spot, maybe it's one on each side. But that's something, again, that I think we could explore and figure out.
Well, like when you go into Boston, right, and you have a commercial plate, and you're doing deliveries to a business, right, this, or tradesmen, they have places to park with commercial plates. And not all day, by the way. Right. So we're not Boston. And I feel everyone's pain tonight because I was there as a retailer for many, many years in many different downtowns. So the loading zone, loading space thing is a bigger discussion than we think it is.
Yeah.
Because where do you put it?
Yeah.
Who's it going to help? Because you want it to be near the so anyway, I'm glad she brought it up, but we don't want to take away from parking as well.
Certainly not in front.
Well, yeah, so, again,
I don't think we're at capacity in back, but your point's well taken. Clear, and it's worthy of discussion. The other thing is, and it was brought up already, but just thinking about it, so Brandy Court is dramatically less usage. Was that the case before the kiosks?
Yes.
It always was.
Excuse me. Thank you.
So that's just kind of, it is what it is.
Yeah, that's correct. It's always had lower utilization.
It's tucked away.
Yeah, it's also less visual. Yeah, it's less visually cluttered, so the signs stand out better there. It's, you know,
You got it.
drive over, you'll see what I mean.
And I need to drive back over. The signage to guide people in, I know that we went through the big signing activity, but are those still quite clear? And if you are driving down Haven Street, is it really clear that, hey, there's a municipal lot in back here with mega signs?
The parking wayfinding signs are
Wayfinding,
still,
thank you.
right?
Yeah.
I had to dig for that. Did
Yeah,
you see
thank
that?
you.
Gene
Good job.
Delios was speaking to me.
I already had it.
Did you hear it?
I already had it.
You're right there. Thank you very much for that. That is great. Yes, so the wayfinding signs are still downtown. They haven't been moved. And those are the only two paid lots in town. But the Brandy Court one's tucked away. So it's definitely
So maybe it needs bigger or bolder, I don't know, bigger is right, but somehow to
I
kind
did
of.
go to Andover, I looked at their signage, the way they did it, but I do think we could use some more. I definitely do think we need bigger standout signs as you enter each lot.
Yeah.
So I think me and Jane want to work with the DPW to get some bigger, very clear signage.
Awesome. And then the one other thing was, is there a way to, because we know the plate numbers, is there a way to track multiple users? Why do I ask this question? I want to know if there are people that are bouncing around every couple of hours every day and for $1 they move their car.
or for $0.
Or for $0 they move it 8 times. That's a
So-
little much.
I don't think people do that. That's a lot of work. It's
They were doing it for 4 hours though.
Yes, we know they were doing it for 4 hours.
So just one move.
Just
yeah,
wondering.
you can sort, these come out as big
You can type-
CSV
yeah,
sheets,
yeah,
so you
right.
can,
Yeah.
you can sort them by plates and
Yeah.
look for things.
To the
but-
point that I think Melissa brought up too, or sorry if it was getting late, but the whole notion of still people using those 2-hour spots and hopping out in the car and coming back as employees. A big part of the point of this whole thing was, number one, to see if we can move employees to other locations. And we've created spots, and you know what, if we get close to the 250 on placards, I would hope that the board would consider raising the number, to 300, 275, whatever, because those are all bonuses.
If we have enough spots.
So I think we do in terms of employee. I think that's not a tight constraint.
You're right.
but-
I think you're
Yeah. So the question starts to become, okay, how are we impacting what we were trying to do? Is it happening or not? So the employee piece we thought was the biggest, right? So we did some things to change that. There's some loopholes. Let's see what we can do about the loopholes in terms of folks that are still kind of not taking advantage of the opportunity that we're giving them. That would be great. And then the other part of that was that we know that the retailers even felt that they wanted more turnover, to figure out a way to assure that more turnover. And look, this is early, we don't know what's going on, we're hearing some constraints, concerns, complaints, folks not using it. I was intrigued to see that you've got, 18 and then 34 people with coins.
Yeah.
And what's that about? If you put in coins, do you still have to put in your plate? I've not tried
You
it.
do have to put your plate in.
Okay.
You put
Same
your plate
process,
in,
but you put in coins.
Yeah, and our economic development director's been talking to he's talks to businesses regularly, including the businesses that were here tonight. He's spoken to them regularly and visited them. And businesses who aren't, and businesses that were on the park committee that were very vocal about supporting this plan. And he heard from an older gentleman who called in with some concern about how does this work and he explained, well, if you've got quarters, dimes and nickels, I tested it myself, he's like, oh, it's just like a meter. Yes. Oh, fine. I just put my plate in and it's just like a meter. Oh, okay. So some of that, we have found that when, and I can't speak to Mr. Haley or Ms. Murphy's experience, when we were down there talking to folks, generally, explaining how it works and showing them okay, it's pretty easy. Now, there are other things that were found, and we pulled the data, and also we heard this from both of the select board members on Friday. The contactless payments don't seem to be working.
Yeah.
And that's not right. So,
And American Express.
and the American Express, and that's supposed to be working. So, that's not the way it's supposed to operate. So, Andrew McNichol and Deputy Chief Amendola reached out and put in tickets for this, and they're sending us new parts. So they're like, these parts obviously are not working the way they're supposed to, and so new card readers will go in and they'll be replaced. I don't know why they don't work. The kiosks are new and should have no issue.
But some people do not want, they have privacy concerns about the apps. And I was,
That's fair.
like, I'm done downloading silly apps, so I was thrilled
No,
to just waive it.
That's fine, to each their own. I thought that Eilish, when she was talking about an employee being shunted to another app, I don't know what that experience was.
Yeah, I don't get it.
That was very bizarre, but certainly that was a bad taste in my mouth as well, so.
Probably a typo and somebody grabbed it. What is the app that they're using?
Pay by phone.
It is pay by phone.
It's pay by phone is the same app that is used by the MBTA for the MBTA lot, so that was the reason we chose it, so it's the same in town for all of the paid parking is all on the same
Well,
app.
that's not comforting. Something that the MBTA does.
I'm just saying for simplicity's sake,
That was the theory.
That was not comforting.
that is not coming.
One-stop shopping.
Could I ask also, Christine, any other thoughts that you had from I know it's the first 2 weeks and it's way too early, but any other things that really stood out to you, good and bad?
I mean, this is what we've been looking for and waiting for, to have parking spaces. So in my office, this is what we've been working for 5 years. I think people are going to come. I'd like to give it a little more time. I know that we have definitely different opinions on the business side, but this is what we've been working for. Our employees have finally moved out of the 2 parking lots. They were trying to stay that 4 hours and move for 2 hours. And, when we only have 1 enforcement officer, it is really hard to keep track of every car downtown. So for me, I'd love to give it more time and, help whatever we need to make it clearer to people. But this is what we've been working for, so.
Well, and Christine, if I may, can you just explain sort of briefly what the history was that got us to this point from the police department perspective?
Sure, I have been overseeing parking for 8 years, and maybe back in 2017, 18, when everything started building up downtown, we started getting residents on top of commercial. People were coming in with tickets every day. Where am I supposed to park? Where am I supposed to park? So finally, me and Julie and community services got together. How can we make parking? Because I literally would deal with 5 or 6 people a day, very angry that there was no downtown parking in those 2 parking lots. And what we found was that it was mostly employees parking there all day. So that's really what has, jumped this all. We still do have a lot of employees. We've given out most of our spaces, and we are selling 20% above what we even have. But if you'll notice, they still are wide open on High Street. So there's still plenty of room. Everyone still clearly wants to park right next to where they work. But again, this is exactly what we've been looking for, as the biggest complaint for 5 years was there was no parking in those 2 parking lots.
I have a quick question before, because I want Melissa and Chris, who were nice enough to spend 8 hours and raise money and educate a lot of people over there and hear a lot of negative feedback as well. But I'm just noticing something here. In 22 and 23, we had way more employee placards. And then in 2024, I don't know if it's just businesses downsizing because they're struggling, but we had less. And then if you take out the 12, I'm guessing that's part of the 218.
It's add the 12.
Add the 12?
Yes. Oh, wait.
I think
The 12 of them being sold.
All right, yeah.
So that's a little concerning on many fronts. Could be the cost, could be people are having less employees and working more themselves, the owners. So I don't need an answer. I'm just noticing that. And that's a little
Yeah.
troubling?
I do have one good end, like the Dowd Medical has downsized too, so that's a huge one that they used to buy the most tickets.
Okay.
Placards, sorry. But we also allow them to like switch placards around, where back in the day, this was your card. So we really are trying to make it most user-friendly as possible.
Yeah, because they're expensive. Yeah, I'd hope so. All right, that's all I have. I'd like to yield the floor to these two because they spent a whole day down there.
I'd love to speak if I could. Sorry, Chris.
Do you want to go first or you want me to?
I'd be happy to go first.
I can set the table with some, you go
Go
first.
ahead.
Whatever.
All right, so I just want to say that I completely understand what the intentions of these parking kiosks were. From when I'm growing up and working, you never parked near the door of your business. So it does baffle me that there were so many employees parking in these lots, because you would think they want their customers parking there, but that's a whole different thing. So Chris and I went out there on Friday, and right from the get-go, these kiosks are terrible. They are not user-friendly. There are no directions on the kiosks, which I don't understand why. They are very confusing, especially to the senior population. I know we've talked about signage. The sign, if you pull into the lot and walk into CVS, there is really no sign that you will see. And the kiosk is hidden almost behind a tree. So they don't see it when they're walking in. Maybe people are ignoring it, but I really truly think a lot of people don't see it. The placement of the kiosk that's by the back CVS store, it's a solar paneled kiosk and it's under a tree. So we've already had to replace that battery once, so I'm not sure what the cost of that was, or if that's included in our contract.
If I could just.
Oh yeah, sure, go ahead. Thank you.
So that was put there so the engineering and the DPW chose that location because they do have a plan in the future to redo that lot and have it, redesigned. So they wanted it in a place that wouldn't get touched, but that was their choice. We do have 4 extra batteries that came with our whole program, so that didn't cost us anything. I agree with you.
Good to know.
It seems crazy, but that's why they chose it, and I can ask the engineers if there's anything to be done for that.
Just trim the.
Yeah, because it's also facing the opposite way, which is bizarre. It's not facing most of the people that Chris and I encountered were the people running into CVS to get their prescription, which took them 15 minutes. What we heard from a CVS employee is that they've already lost many prescriptions. And coincidentally, what we heard from a Reading resident that moved her prescription to North Reading is that the pharmacist in North Reading was saying he can't take the influx of all the new prescriptions. So I definitely think businesses are losing out down there. We heard from one of the restaurants down there that she was busy one day and they were coming in to fix her ovens, and the person fixing the oven ended up with a ticket that she ended up paying for because she felt bad. I also heard, which was a little concerning to me, is that the businesses had asked the town to hold off and not roll this out in their fourth quarter, and that we still did. So my time back there, and my recommendation at this point, is we have a lot of things to work out with these kiosks. We need to do better signage. I think we need QR codes. I would even suggest senior parking stickers to make them exempt, especially for those seniors that are running in and out to get their prescriptions. This is another step that is daunting to them. It may be easy for us that use our phones all day, but it is not for them. So my recommendation is that we need to pause this, and we need to really think about how to improve the signage, how to improve the rollout. A lot of people were very angry thinking this was a money grab, which we all know was not the case, but I don't think that people understood the reason that it was implemented in the first place. A lot of people were surprised by it. So I really think that we need to pause this. We need to allow our businesses to hopefully have a good fourth quarter, come back to the table, fix all of these little issues, and then try to roll it out again, in my opinion.
Chris? Thanks, Carla. First, I'll just mention that I'm only speaking on the Upper Haven CVS lot because that's where I was for that day. And just for the history, because I've seen it online about people getting blamed, Mark, Karen, Carlo exempt scenarios, the entire park committee, etc. So I'll just start off by saying it is nobody's fault that we are in the situation that we are. We did what we did with the data that we had at that time. So before the pandemic, we had the parking enforcement officer. He went out on medical leave around COVID time with his back or some scenario, whatever it was. So we didn't have enforcement for like 2 years. The park committee got formed. We started working on things. We hashed it out. We decided we were going to go with kiosk, etc. At the same time, Bridget was getting hired. So Park made the recommendations to the kiosk, to the select board, and then for town meeting. Bridget then gets hired to do parking enforcement. Subsequent to that, town meeting goes, votes and approves the kiosk while Bridget has been on the job for 6 months or so, whatever it's been. And she's been doing the enforcement on the lots, obviously, ever since. So perhaps if Bridget was doing the enforcement on the CVS stuff in the beginning, maybe we wouldn't have ended up where we were. But given the data that we had at the time, that is how we ended up. It is nobody's fault, not one individual person that decided to go ahead and do this. It's not a money grab by the town. The park committee came up with the pricing that was going to be used. And we hashed out whether it was going to be an hour or two, parking permits, et cetera, all that kind of stuff. It had nothing to do with the town. The town, if you look at the data, is not making money off any of this stuff. It's more of moving people out of the CVS lot and onto the street. It was employees that were causing the issues. I'm an employee. I was gaining the system just like everyone else because that's the rules that you people put into place before I got here. Subsequent to that, I now know how to game this existing system from just being there for one day. I know exactly what I can do to bypass anything. I'm not going to repeat how you do it, but I already figured out how to do it in this. And Bridget and I have been best friends for the last 8 months. She knows that I know her schedule. She knows mine. We're on the same page. I don't think that it's been expressed enough the dire need for us to pause this and reevaluate. Point blank end of discussion. I have never been more confident on anything I've been saying my entire time here on the committee, on the select board. I spent 8 hours out there with Melissa listening to dozens, if not hundreds of people that were expressing their concerns. 99% of them are mostly negative, a few here and there, like the app, it's super easy. I agree. But it's not about that. We solved a problem by making all these spots available, but now nobody is coming. And for us to sit here and think that it's going to change in a week or 2 weeks or get better, I don't see it happening. The signage, like Melissa mentioned, is atrocious. The first transaction of the day that we paid for somebody to park there, Melissa's tap to pay got declined. My credit card got declined. And I'm sitting there with a roll of quarters that I pre-planned because I didn't want to pay transaction fees for the town or myself. That's how much I care about money. I pre-plan ahead on buying and getting rolls of quarters from the bank. And it just so happens that I had to use them on this transaction. And that is me. I own an IT company. And I had to sit here and spend 5-10 minutes looking like a complete moron to this guy that I'm paying for parking for. And that's me. We shouldn't be allowing a single resident to have to go through this BS any longer. It's very simple for us to pause this, take it up again, reevaluate, whatever the scenario is. I mean, I could go on and on and on. Melissa had a list of 20 items, a majority of which that we encountered within the first hour there. It's crystal clear. I almost think that we should have a select board retreat at the back door of CBS. The amount of people coming out with trash concerns and RCTV replaying football games instead of select board meetings, like all these complaints, and I actually liked hearing them. All the other complaints that we see online and all these other comments that people make, they are nothing compared to actually sitting there and hearing and listening to what residents have to say and just sticking it out. I know we do these meetings, everyone says, thanks for your selfless service, etc. Spend 8 hours at the back door of CVS on any topic in Reading, Massachusetts, and you will get the answer that you need. The answer is to pause the kiosk and reevaluate. We lose nothing by doing that. You heard the businesses. I understand that you might think that, they're going to get used to it. They're going to accept. Absolutely not. We're not going to improve signage over a day. We're not going to improve the app over a day. We're not going to close loopholes in over a day. I think I've said enough.
Yeah,
it's beyond clear. Pause the kiosk starting tomorrow and reevaluate. For me, it is the easiest decision within 1 hour that I've ever made.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was there twice to say hi and show my support, and it wasn't good. It was there right after lunch, and then again a couple hours later, and they were there all day. So I from my feedback, and I spoke with Bridget, everyone was beeline CVS, beeline CVS, beeline CVS. And for the little time I was there, most of them didn't know we had kiosks or what to do. Oh, you have an hour free. Okay, bye. No. You got to come here and enter your stuff. Why? And so, again, nothing's ever perfect when you launch something, right? No one expected perfection, but just for the signage, the tree, the visuals, the Amex thing, which I know is going to get resolved, and other stuff, I think we got to do a solid by our businesses and do this right and just.
Can I just mention one other thing?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mention, I was talking with Bridget, and she was showing me the back end of the app that she sees. It is actually shocking how terrible it is in what she sees on her end, in how she's supposed to monitor the cars, because we don't have numbered spaces and she doesn't get a description of a car on her end. She gets like a license plate and a time. So we were chatting about it, and I just blatantly asked her, like, is it easier? She never complained. I want to make that very clear. She was very happy to do anything, but I asked her, like, is this process easier than when you were trying to manage like the 4-hour window? And this process is way more difficult because of the app and how she sees things on the back end. It doesn't even make sense, actually, with the technology in today's day. That's how it works for her. So that was just something else I wanted to mention because I chatted with her for some.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to just tell the town to stop.
Can I just throw in my last 2 cents?
Yeah, sure.
I just want you guys to be aware, like, we write over 700-800 citations in Brandy, Decorah, and CVS lot alone for overtime parking every year. So that's just something to think about. It's easy to say, let's just end it, but the employees are just going to come right back. So we're just going to be back where we started. I don't know what the handheld thing with the enforcement, Bridget's thing, nothing's changed with the 4-hour now, so I can work with her on that, but
no one's saying end it. No.
Like, it's not going to be an easy fix to just stop it. We just go back to the same people parking there all the time. I didn't have a problem using the kiosk, but that's me. I went right up, it worked. Fridays are very quiet in Reading, so it is different. We're trying to judge a lot on Fridays, but I think it would be a shame to end it so quickly when we do have a parking problem. And I know you guys are hearing it now, but I'm the one who hears it all the time. So that's just my last 2 cents.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christine.
And I don't disagree with you. I think that, I'm not saying that we end it. I think we need to pause it at least and have better discussions on improving it. And/or if we do end it, then come up with different ways to manage those lots. Because there's no doubt in my mind, there are employees parking down there, and that was a major issue. So I have no doubt about that. But right now, there are so many issues that need to be addressed that I think it needs to be paused to address those issues, to give the businesses their fourth quarter and reassess and put it in play in early 2025.
Mark?
Thanks, Carlo. So I think we need to run it for a bit longer. However, there are some issues that we can address and we should address right away. One of them seems to be most people are going to be new users. We need to help them more than just say, read the damn sign. We need to help them. And maybe that means having people out there more, longer. I'm not suggesting necessarily select board members, but that there's help to get people up to speed more on this. There are hiccups. I'm shocked by some of them. This has to happen in every single community. So what is the problem, right? So number one on the company, unacceptable, period. Unacceptable. Fix it now, right? As far as I'm concerned. And second is on us to figure out how do we help this going on. So it's terrible that people are feeling like they'd rather drive away. That said, you've got 400 plus people already using it, even in the first couple of weeks, right? So, how they used it, but they did use it in some way, shape, or form, or they at least put information into the system. This is the push-pull kind of thing. We agreed that we get it going. I also agree things probably have changed quite a bit. So we need to figure out kind of what's going on, how we're going to deal with that. I don't think that you pause it right now. However, maybe what we do is we run it for a period of time and then you take a holiday break. And the holiday break might be in 2 different forms. One is longer parking time. In other words, set it for 2 hours for free instead of 1 hour for free, something like that. And/or I'm not completely closed to yikes. But again, kick it down the road. It's going to be impossible to bring it back. We're going to have the same problem that comes back. We're going to be back at square one, except we'll have spent a pile of money. That'll be the only thing that changed.
But it's not in the fourth quarter. That's the problem.
So that, and I'm hearing you on that maybe we need to make adapt something. The adaptation I wouldn't suggest is off, but that's what I was trying to understand. How long are people staying? It'd be great to understand. I'm sure that they try to get out in an hour. I'm sure that's the thing because you don't want to pay. But I wonder those who stay, is it they just stayed a little bit over an hour, they paid for it, or what's going on? It'd be helpful to kind of have that information because we could adjust it and say, hey, guess what? For the holidays, 2 hours. Something like that, just as an example. I hate to see pain, but again, we know that we're getting some of the behavior changed, and I want to give it just a little bit more time to kind of make sure we understand what that is and how it is, and fix the things that we can fix. Help the people get onto the system. If it means having rolls of quarters for a while, have rolls of quarters for a while, whatever it's going to take. But I would like to make it better as opposed to abandoning ship. I think abandoning ship is again, we're at square one, except we have spent a whole pile of money.
I think we need to make it better first, not ongoing. This was real pain tonight. You guys haven't owned a retail store, okay? That was real pain. And I am not going to condone it. I'm just not. I can't. I'm not in retail now, but I was my whole adult life. So if Eilish is even fibbing a little bit, for her sales to go down at lunch, that's not good, right? Flower shops, I mean, I'm not saying I believe everything, but I believe a lot of it, right? Because I was there in that situation. I mean, parking now with this kiosk thing, but it's so hard to run a business right now. You have no idea. No idea. I mean, and it's trimming the tree. Why wasn't the tree trimmed first? Simple. It wasn't. Why is the sign 20 feet in the air on a telephone pole? I don't know. Because the pole was there. It's just, there's so many things, and those are just minor things. Those are minor compared to Amex compared to people saying F you, I'm leaving, the stuff online. Prescriptions already going, and that's what we've heard about. We don't know what went to Walgreens. We don't know what went to CVS and Stoneham. So, yeah, I get it. We paid for these. We need to give them more time, but this is not the time. January, February, March, April, May, that's much better time. And if the behavior goes back, it goes back. I'm not saying get rid of it. A lot of effort was put into this. Julie and staff started this years ago. All right, with the inner zone, the outer zone, auto zone, all that stuff, right? And it was a lot of work. And I don't want to diminish that work at all. But it was atrocious, and I wasn't there all day. You know, and we can't expect staff to be there all day to educate these people. At least I don't think so. They're gonna be running the town. Who's out there?
Truthfully, I'd hire some outsiders.
We had, the Economic Development Director, Mr. McCarthy, was down in the Upper Haven lot, and I think we had, Eric, Christine, was it Eric Mislevy? Who wasn't Eric?
Oh, for the first couple of, I stayed up the upper lot for a bit. Bridget stayed down in the Brandy Court lot most of the first couple of days.
Yeah. So we had people up in both of the lots for the first couple of days, but not.
But they can't be there every day.
Yeah, no, and I get it.
The biggest problem is the 1 hour too, how to get that word out that 1 hour, because again, it's not something that most towns do, and it's nice that you've given them that hour, but it's very complicated.
And that's another part. Like, listen, people don't like change inherently. I totally get it.
Yeah.
Right? When I go into Boston, I know I have to pay. When I go into Newburyport, I know I have to pay. When I go to certain towns, I know I have to pay.
Wakefield, I know I have to pay. When I go to Andover, I know I have to pay.
Andover, you have to pay.
Yeah, the Wakefield has kiosks too.
Well, they're free.
Wakefield does not have kiosks.
No.
Okay, they have.
I've never paid I've parked in Wakefield.
Is it just parking by hours
There's
then?
one lot. There's one lot in Wakefield. Stoneham, you don't have to pay. So anyway, let's drop that. This is real. All right. If they didn't spend the whole day there, I don't think we'd be having this kind of conversation. Other than the tree.
The other thing I want to mention that I think is odd, and I don't really understand why we did this, is back to what Mark said is, we don't want people sitting there all day. This is the intention of why we put the kiosks in, but you can stay there all day and just pay for it, which is baffling to me, why we even allowed that.
Let's see who's doing it. Let's see if anybody's doing it. Right?
No, if somebody wants to park there
We
all
saw
day.
2 people doing it when we were there, Chris and I.
If somebody wants to park there all day, they can. They just have to pay the price and most people.
But I mean, I think that we're not completely fixing the behavior because we saw 2 employees doing it. So those lots the intention of those lots are for customers. We want them constantly moving. I don't think that we should ever allow anyone to stay more than 2 to 4 hours because we're not fixing the behavior. They're still allowed to do it. They're just paying. And I think they're employees that may not be in the office every day, so they don't care that they're paying whatever because the tickets probably add up. So I don't think that we really are truly correcting everyone's behavior.
We can look at the data and see if it's enough of it that it's problematic or becomes that, over time, whether we pause it or not, and see that behavior changes to be onerous. It's certainly, that's not the intention of the parking lot, to your point, so I don't disagree. I'm not sure that there's enough to impinge upon the rotating ability of spaces there.
Right.
So,
You can't fix everything.
I think that another point that was brought up tonight that was really, to me, very important is that the nature of shopping has changed a little bit since COVID. And, understanding that is important, and seeing how it's changed a bit is important. So a lot of these things can change. Trimming the tree is no big deal. In a week, there won't be any leaves on it anyway. So would fall.
I'm a little disappointed it wasn't done ahead of time. I'm just dumbfounded.
Yeah, no, I don't. It was, so much, it was working all along and then all of a sudden it died, so we had to replace it.
Yeah.
Is it possible to address some of them, like I don't mean
Oh, yeah. No.
immediately, I don't mean like now.
I will take
but-
the loppers out right now and cut the tree back. No, that's easy enough to do.
But we
Moving
talked about signs, where the signs
the
are.
signs, yeah,
Talked
we can
about
get more signs, that takes, but getting more signs, we have to order the pay by phone signs in, or the signs in, so yeah, we can get them and we can put them up, that's not a problem, but that more signage won't happen tomorrow, we can move signs tomorrow. We can, I already spoken with our economic development director to develop a campaign for downtown shopping this year anyway, so yes, that's already been, and we do advertise Shop the Block, and we do support all of
On
those things that
social
happen.
media, like.
Yeah, no, we'll do a branded
Well,
campaign.
About the parking kiosks, I mean.
We have done that, we'll do more of that.
Yeah, I mean, just running, we're talking about like, this isn't like, I don't know what to say. For each individual user, whether you're a new user or repeat user, it's a tiny inconvenience. But I think some of the stories that people saw, the chitter chatter online, it got really large in some people's minds, and that's what you're seeing here, okay? So it's like we need to calm the situation down, and one of the ways that we could do that is if people are spending too much time on social media again, we can send out some of those calming, ooh, you're getting the 1 hour free, and we welcome you, and there's plenty of parking, and one of our park committee members did this wonderful little video, and I told her to send it to you, like, look how easy it is, and people are, I've talked to a couple of residents, they're like, oh, okay, and guess what, the thing where you wave your credit card at it now is working, and I agree with Melissa, and I told you this already, there were no instructions, and I'm used to standing at the checkout, being told what to do, and if you don't pay attention, you have to do it again. So when I was standing in front of this machine and it wasn't telling me what to do, I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, no, and all of you.
That's how shopping has changed.
All of you have agreed with that. There was no shortage of
These are
staff
all
going
little
down there,
things.
changing it over and over again. Like we also did that, and they were like, okay, this works. Come down here and like drag, somebody from town hall down. Come try this thing right now. Try this. Like we did all of that, and clearly we're getting still continued good feedback. So we can make those changes.
All right.
For sure. But what's the pleasure of the board?
Oh, quick one.
I just think we're minimizing what we just heard from many of the business owners.
We heard from a couple business owners. We're gonna hear from them again, and I appreciate their feedback. It wasn't many.
It was 4 off the top of my head, I believe.
Yes.
I mean, do we need to get them all to come in? I mean,
No, because I think some of them are not gonna be in the same positions. Not everyone agrees with the 4 that came tonight and gave us that helpful feedback.
I know, but I think we're minimizing their concerns.
I'm not minimizing
And their
anything.
concerns
Are you minimizing
that
their
they
concerns?
are struggling financially.
I hear the same story from the same businesses every
In
year.
the fourth quarter of their business is to be hit with these parking kiosks that are making them lose more business.
Yeah, sorry, Melissa. I just have a quick couple follow-up points. First, I think that the business owners that showed up here today are just like the same people that show up to public comment all the time, or the same people that write LTEs all the time. They're the ones that are going to do it. The other people are going to sit back and perhaps not say anything about it, but they don't want to be in the public eye. I wouldn't want to start alienating my customers by coming before the select board and going for a pity party. I haven't seen the flower shop of Eric person come in here, ever. For 4 years, I've never seen her come in, and she did. Those are the people that we have to start caring about. I understand other people give their time, effort, make comments. I agree. It's the individuals that you never see that show up are the ones that you have to pay attention to. Not just in this business, in other public comments, or we get an email and we're like, I have no clue who this person is. And those are the people, like I understand everyone's comments are warranted, but the ones that never say anything are the ones that I kind of peek my head up and just be like, what's the deal with this? I pay a little bit more attention to those. So if I had to poll all the downtown businesses over there, I already got one that was never mentioned, Trophy Store Tom. The vote for the kiosk, he was the only one opposed to putting the kiosk in there. So Trophy Store Tom, I am sure he is dead set against everything that just happened. And I would also venture that a majority of every single one of the people over there would say the same thing at this time. Even if you made the parking free for the first hour, the first 2 hours, the first 4 hours, the first 8 hours, people are still not going to do it. That's the problem. It doesn't matter that we made it free. The only ones that are going to are the employees. Nobody else is going to end up doing this. And that's from the feedback that we got on Friday. You might think that I'm wrong. That's fine. Spend 8 hours out there yourself. Then you can come back and be like, you know what? You're kind of crazy, but you were correct. Bridget was wonderful. She came up on her day off specifically because we were going down there and showing how people how to use the kiosk, etc. I think she does a fantastic job. She drives a 2013 Transit Connect from the town that has to get replaced. I think town meeting's voting on it. I think they should do it. I started my company with the 2013 Ford Transit Connect. That's like 7 vehicles removed from now. The other point that I'd like to make is that we ended up raising $250 for the food pantry, and a majority of that was from direct donations from residents that came down. And $20 here, $10 here, and it all added up. So I just want to thank all of them for coming down, learning something, expressing their frustration with the way that things are going, and seeing that somebody is willing there to listen. If I could do this entire process over again and run it like a business that I would typically do, QR code on the meter, scan here to watch this video on how to use the kiosk. Did we do that? Of course we did it. Is it my job to record 2 videos that I did and Liz Whiteland did her own video as well? Of course not. That falls on the town, unfortunately, to have done. And it was noted back in the day that a video was going to be done, and it never was. It's unfortunate. You could shoot the thing tomorrow, I guess, but that doesn't get us out of the position that we're in currently. Better signage, that do not enter sign back thing coming down on the CVS thing, you're not moving it. I don't know where it's going, but the people, I spoke with one lady, comes down, parks in the first spot as soon as you go there, takes her dog to the groomer right over there, you see nothing. It's impossible. And I understand it's an isolated incident, it's one person, but the signage is terrible. And I don't know how you're going to move that. There's just so many reasons to just be like, listen, let's reevaluate. We'll get the video, we'll get a campaign thing going, we'll do this, we'll get QR codes for all the businesses, spend $30 on stickers, they can put them on their door. Lots of ideas that you can come up with. Mark's idea of doing the holiday thing, having it be free. It doesn't matter. They don't want to use the kiosk in the first place. It's a perfect storm that happened. We solved one problem and we created a complete, if you would have told me that this was going to happen, I never would have believed you.
I disagree. These are parking kiosks, Chris. We live in a community of very intelligent people. And
I agree with you.
I just need to agree with Mark. We need to give it some more time. I'm open to other solutions if we want to say, oh, we turn them off for Christmas, yay, but we are going to see the employees go, awesome, you turned them off, and they're going to go park in there again. So we all know, and you know before you even got on the committee, like parking is just it's really, really hard. So
I think enforcement is the answer. I think increasing the penalty on parking tickets going forward is also a way to dissuade people, because I think it's $25, and to pay there all day is like $25. There's lots of ideas, but we shouldn't be hashing that out as these kiosks remain in place. It already should have been hashed out in advance. The senior thing, like Melissa mentioned, Medford, I think, has a senior pass you can get. Like, when are we going to do that?
You guys were on a committee, though. So, you were on a committee. So we can't, undo or redo.
We're not undoing
just
anything.
Minimize what the committee did.
I started off this conversation saying that the committee did fantastic work, and it's no one's fault how we ended up here on one isolated topic out of the dozen or so that we handled. Increasing the employee parking, et cetera. There's so many other great things that the park committee did. If this is the one miss, it's the one miss, and I ain't throwing good money over bad or bad over good, whatever that analogy is. Spending money on signs like Mark's talking about, additional signs, which have to happen in the first place, but like it's not happening tomorrow. My car, you know how embarrassing it is? My credit card gets declined at a kiosk in the first transaction of it. Who wants this? Where's the message on the meter right now that you can't use American Express? What if that's all the person has? Like it's just wild.
Well, it's approaching 11:30. We got future agendas. We got minutes. I think we had a robust conversation. I know there's no, vote on this topic, but there doesn't need to be because, we voted on the kiosks, but the town can do whatever they want. And I think they've heard from all five of us, and I'm encouraging a pause to get the things that need to get done right away. Signage, trimming the tree, Amex, signage on the kiosk. That could take 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I don't know, could be done by the end of the week. It's Tuesday. But, and until you're a retail small business owner, you have no idea and no comprehension of what these people are going through. Never mind, it's not even good times. It's horrible times. Wait till you hear my spiel on next year is going to be worse than this year that I've been saying for the past 5 years I've been on this board on the split tax for business owners. Because guess what? It's getting worse. Until you live it, it's getting worse. It's getting worse. Trust me.
Well, that's why they call it work.
So just without trying to rehash, I think there are a couple of things that were clear. I think it's a sense of the board that we want the town to dig in now to some of the things that can be done right away. Right? Board comfortable with that?
Yes.
Right? Do some of those things. It's a rollout, it's bumpy, we need to find ways to make it less bumpy for people. We're getting data, there are hundreds of people using it, so it's not stating that no one's using it, no one's gonna use it. Obviously, that's stretching it beyond the reality of things. We're getting some information, people are using it. It needs help. It is a tough time to be implementing it. I completely agree that, June or January or last year was when we wanted to do it and it didn't happen. Okay, so now here we are. Let's figure out what we can do, what makes sense. I think having another robust discussion does make sense. I think that you do need to give it time. I have a laminator. I am happy to lend that to the town. Don't worry about making these final signs. They're not going to be final signs. You just got to try some things that are going to work, that are going to make it easier. And you know what? You're going to find that they don't work and you change them. You didn't spend a mint on them. I'm going to let you borrow the laminator. Don't worry about that part. These are some easy things to get going. It's moving. You hear the back end problems. We also hear that there are concerns in the community from some of the businesses going forward. We hear it loud and clear. We're not trying to be harmful. And things are changing a little bit. And there's stuff that we got to do. It's going to end up going on for a little bit longer anyway. Let's see what happens. Let's see how we can help it. Let's reassess where we are. And then we can talk about what options we've got. I do think that thinking about holidays, having some different adjustment, again, I want to, there are some people who don't want to do it because it's change. There are people that are doing it. Most people deal with it in communities as long as they know you got to do it. Right. We're not pioneers here, folks. It's not true. It can happen. It can work. But we need to help. And if that means hiring some people to stand and help, I would encourage us to do exactly that. To get it going, to get past this really rough stage that's going to be here at the beginning. And again, careful not to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Right, but you just said everything that needs to be said, except you didn't say let's pause it. You gave all the reasons
I'm not ready
to pause it. I know. I'm just saying, you gave all the reasons it should be paused. So succinctly, but you didn't say, let's pause it.
But I didn't.
I know.
Those are the words that you're saying. Those aren't the words I used purposefully. If I implement a change in my business and I'm getting pushback from customers, my first response isn't, I'm gonna stop it right now. My first response is, what's going on? Let's figure out how to fix it. That's the way I'm gonna do it and take it forward, right? And it may be that at some point, there's some stuff that we just can't break, and we do come back and make a different decision. But my first response is not, ugh, tough rollout, stop. Wouldn't do that. Not a good approach.
Well,
yeah, but Mark, can I just point something out? This wasn't the business's decision, and my understanding is they asked the town to wait until after the fourth quarter. So we're putting something on them that they have no control over, and now we're just saying, make it work. That's not fair.
Yeah, the timing walked onto us.
I just want it noted, I think the town needs to pause this. I think there are too many issues that need to be dealt with, and we're not gonna get it done in time to help these businesses through their fourth quarter.
I don't think that this is what's spoiling the fourth quarter, and if it were to get to the point that it was, then I would feel very differently about it.
And it may not be the only thing that it is, but I don't wanna sit back and, cause them more pain. We wanna support our businesses, we don't wanna destroy them.
I understand, and remember that this came forth because they were having trouble with getting people able to park. This is where it came from.
And they asked us for a committee.
This is exactly where it came from.
Yep.
We're trying to help. Do we have the perfect solution in place? Obviously not. Not yet, anyway.
If I could just point out on this downtown paid parking rollout update, if you go to Friday, October 4th, on the Upper Haven lot, you can notice that there's double the amount of transactions compared to any other date. And that is because of what Melissa and I did. That's what should be happening, and people came down specifically for it. All these other dates, they're 134 compared to 69 on the previous Friday or whatever. Like, stuff has to be done, and it shouldn't be upon us to attempt to take care of the situation. I understand that. I'd love to spend my Fridays doing other things. But I saw a concern that I was originally part of, obviously, and I knew some sort of injection had to happen to shift the way that things were happening, because you're not on Facebook, Mark, but it was a mutiny in Reading, essentially, for everybody that wanted to come down.
Facebook users, that gets to Mark's point.
But
we can't run government by what's going on the Reading Parents Network person. We need to be really careful about, or the RAND, we need to be really careful about that.
I agree.
We also need to be really careful of not escalating a bumpy rollout and making people afraid to come downtown.
The only
That's what I kind of saw happening, and that was concerning to me.
I somewhat go back to my point about the individuals I never see carrying more weight than the ones we always see scenario. The employee from CVS that came out specifically, that doesn't live in Reading, she just works at CVS. She doesn't care what happens. Like CVS, this big conglomerate is gonna lose money, boo-hoo. She even said that you guys are losing people that are coming down here. Everyone who comes up to the pharmacy, I'm taking my business elsewhere, I'm taking my business elsewhere. That's not Facebook. That's an actual.
People gripe, they may do, they may not. Some people are gonna move. I haven't been in that parking lot in years because it's a pain in the neck. But guess what? I was down there twice this week, and I'm gonna keep on going till it fills up with patrons again.
But the fact of the matter is,
not everyone's the same.
The North Reading CVS can't take more prescriptions because of the influx that they already got.
It's like there's plenty of parking down there now, so.
I'm just saying.
I got my COVID
This is the
shot
data.
in town. I braved the parking of downtown Reading.
We gotta end this, but we have three in favor of pausing it and 2 not. So I don't know, I don't know what to do.
We gave, you're right, there's no vote, we gave them feedback. Let's see what our very talented staff comes up with.
Well, we got a meeting next week. I mean.
You wanna revisit it, we'll talk again next week.
I don't, but we're gonna have to, because it's gonna be November soon, and then if any one of those people, anyone closes in downtown, for whatever reason.
Nobody wants any of that.
No kidding.
No.
For whatever reason, I'm gonna pin it on this. I shouldn't.
Well, yeah. So
Okay.
it's parking regulation and you are our road commissioners
Correct.
and parking commissioners. So if there are any changes that want to be made, maybe next week would be the time to change them.
Can you get PTTF together? Because they were also instrumental and, I know we have one,
We can,
would that be helpful?
once a month, we can get people together.
I once again don't think anybody realizes how dire this scenario is, whether or not you think that it's Facebook or that people are lying or whatever scenario. I think if we are required to actually tell Matt and Jane, Christine, et cetera, what to do right now, as opposed to just saying, perhaps you guys should listen that we're doing it. If we have to vote on future agendas when it comes up, I'm going to want to have a meeting on Friday for a 5-minute vote to actually put this into place, because this ain't lasting any longer. I don't want to wake up tomorrow to the parking kiosk. Whatever the trees that get wrapped with that burlap sack thing should be wrapped around that parking kiosk in the morning. That's where I'm coming at. No clue on how bad this is down here.
I know.
No clue.
No last words.
Sit out there for 8 hours, then tell me I'm wrong.
I didn't.
We've rehashed.
I
Let's
didn't.
go.
Yeah, it was an update. There's something needs to be done, and again, we'll go future agendas. Let's do let's do future agendas. So I have already for the 29th. Wrong screen. I have. We're gonna go in tiered rates. We're gonna add that to the agenda. I wrote down vote to allocate the land, but I don't think we'll be ready because we won't have the results. So we'll move that to the November meeting, please. Vote to allocate the land for pickleball, and we should have the results on the soil testing. I think I had, oh my God, I can't find it, I'm going crazy. Yeah, thank you. Did I have, no, we didn't put it yet. I'm gonna delay it. I was gonna put, well, we can put still our designee. I think, well, application's not closed yet, so we'll do that in November as well. I was gonna put, appoint our designee. We can do that anytime. We don't have to wait for the applications. If anyone wants to suggest someone, I don't know. But that's all I have for right now.
Is this already, have we already done this? Or is it,
No.
no, this is the feedback from the town on the second water
Yes,
meter?
yeah, that's Chris Cole. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
So then we're adding tiered rates, some solutions for tiered rates.
Great.
The 29th,
So a water night.
And future Pleasant Street Center, I think is, we're talking about doing that, just discuss how we want to talk about that.
Yeah, good 5 minutes, yeah.
Well, it might take more than 5 minutes.
We're gonna bring back ARPA.
Oh, yes, yes.
Reallocation.
Yes.
For a vote.
Please, yep, yes. So that's all
So
I
is there
have.
anything we're doing different? Sorry, I just want to make sure we're clear for the next
We're
meeting.
Christine, you and I will talk tomorrow, but they're not taking any action tonight. It'll be next week at the 15th. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm gonna put a vote on the agenda for 15, yeah.
Or Friday, yeah, I don't know.
For what?
For
To vote
parking,
to
for
put
the-
a pause on.
The police,
For the pause?
they're looking for, she's looking for if there's any action.
Oh, tonight, no action, no.
I would have a slightly different tack. I
Well,
think
we
there
have
is
all this
action
list.
that
I
you
have
folks
a
are going
long
to talk
list.
about tomorrow.
Yeah, of course.
We're not changing parking
We've got a time to
enforcement
talk about it
rules
during
right
our
now.
meeting.
Right,
Yes,
there's no
exactly.
act, there's
We'll
no.
take that back.
I should do some buzzing tomorrow
The
morning,
legal
yes.
rules are not
Yeah.
changing.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there'll be some.
And see some trucks moving things around.
Okay.
All right, any other, I think that's a lot for the 29th and
And you got an exec session on the back.
yeah.
That's still the right time for the exec session?
Yeah, I think so. I'll double check with John on it, but that's when we wanted to come, so.
Anyone else have a?
I got two things.
Yeah.
First is the meters on this magical 11th, Friday the 11th parking thing. If we are required to vote, I'd like to see it then. I don't want to see it happen on the 15th and then get instituted, whatever. I don't want to wait another day. It is what it is if it has to. You don't want to set the meeting, it's fine, I'm just on record that,
Okay.
I think that the situation warrants it.
I got you.
And second is an update on, I alluded to earlier, on paving I've got only a couple of complaints regarding like contractors digging up the road, et cetera, putting it back and not the same situation that it was, or a couple months after the fact, it deteriorates. I just want to know what our policy is on this whole paving scenario to make sure when something is done in Reading, we get back the way that it looked beforehand, or better, not worse. And is there a time frame on that? They get 6 months it has to get upkeep for, or they do it once and sayonara? Just something.
I can speak to that right now.
It's not on the agenda.
We don't want to deliberate.
We'll get,
Yeah.
Can you just clarify, is the question when outside contractors do something?
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the utilities come in.
Just what, if we, do we have a policy? If not, how do we create one, et cetera?
Yep.
All right, and I forgot to mention, there was a bunch of miscommunication and timing issues, so I requested that Tom, Karen was away on Zoom, but we did discuss it, but the Tom Milichewski and Joe Huggins come on the 15th to give us why they're advocating for the maple flooring. I think we haven't heard it. I think we're owed it. And so that won't take long, but that's going to be on the 15th.
That's correct.
Second that.
So
15th. Sorry, this says 6 o'clock. That means 7 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
well, I was gonna ask. I don't know if there was a question on the date, but there was also a question on the time. I don't know if anybody responded.
People got back and said.
I'm not available
Okay.
6.
All right, so seven. Yeah, so seven.
It'll be 7 o'clock.
Yeah, 7.
Victor will be on
We'll start
first,
with
and
that.
then Tom Milichewski and Joe Huggins are both confirmed.
I know how you do.
And I'm available all Friday for any magical meeting that may
I will take that under
transpire.
advisement. Thank you. So the 15th, as it stands right now, is Victor, Tom and Joe, this parking thing, and I think that's it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna, go for the.
Can I ask for something? Either it could be the 29th or it could be the November meeting. I'm seeing more questions on traffic related kinds of things. Could we get a PTTTF update on issues that they're dealing with and where they are? We got an email just today, in fact, talking about Salem Street. But there've been a few residents that have come to us and maybe they've been dealt with, but I don't know that the board knows that they have and what's happening. So maybe PTTTF could update us.
Yeah, November.
Yep.
In November.
I think they
Exactly.
came a month or so ago, but they could come.
Oh, and also a future agenda. We need to review, Matt, this is not an agenda item, but I just want to make you guys aware, by very early January. So just keep that in mind. That's a deadline that we gave ourselves. So we don't need to really have a discussion, but I think Sean is going to be involved in helping us with that. So just December, that's going to need to be done, December, very early January. So just so you guys know about that. So not necessarily an agenda item, just a FYI, because I forgot when it was and they asked. So I knew it was coming up, but there's some dates there. So I think that's good. If anyone doesn't have anything else, we'll go to meeting minutes real quick. I don't know if anyone submitted edits.
I did, a sentence.
Yes, I got some from Karen.
Okay,
And
still here.
Chris.
First time I heard. 2 hours.
It's still late.
Barely.
All right, you're just gonna pull them up?
Yeah, 1 second.
Anyone else have edits or just Karen?
Just Karen, and then Chris made a statement that he'd like me to add in that I should have, and I apologize, that you and him left the room for the MBTA and Haven Street discussions.
Okay.
So I'll add that in at the beginning of each, when we get to those topics, I'll put in a statement at the beginning saying that you left the room.
Okay, so these are my edits, and red is like please remove, and green is please add. And
Say that again, what?
red is please remove, and green is please add.
Oh.
And so Chris, you let me know what you think about. I don't think that part in red is appropriate for our meeting minutes. I just do not think so. And I think for the good of the board, and the fact that we are trying to be courteous to residents and other board members, we should remove that. And then the green stuff down below, I put in some, it's kind of hard to read, sorry. So here's the thing. If you're okay removing that, then some of that green stuff I don't need in there, because it's kind of in the same genre.
Once again, Caitlin does the minutes, not me. I didn't give her any edits, etc. My public comment is my public comment. I said it.
Yeah, so
I
again, we
think
do
that-
summary minutes.
I agree.
Okay.
But this is Caitlin.
All right, so do you have
Caitlin
a
in the
problem with
minutes.
my proposed edit? And
About the red, I haven't read the green yet because I can't
All
read
right,
it.
well-
But the red, I said it and I would like it to remain.
okay, well then I would like my green to remain then.
I'll read it after.
The first part is just details.
I don't know, if I highlight, does this help or no?
It could-
No, not at all.
No.
Could you take that and go into like a deep blue?
Yeah,
What you just
change the
had?
color. I apologize.
It's in a PDF, so I don't know how to.
Maybe you can use the little highlight marker thingy on the left.
Oh, yeah, okay, let me try the highlighter. Why don't we just read it?
It's hard for us to read here.
It says.
I can read it, I'm happy to.
That's better if you unselect it now.
Oh, Lord.
Mr. Prior CPDC meeting, no, that's actually correct. While I was out in the hallway, I got an update from my wife to say that I was indeed correct. The latest CPDC meeting would have been the night before, not
That's
2 weeks
not the
ago.
one I was reporting on.
You said it. And I was correct.
You were incorrect. and
I
the-
was.
Yeah, hey, folks, this is
So the
going
point is,
backward
like, you need to
fast.
stop attacking other members, and when you do, and when you're incorrect, you should apologize, but.
When I'm incorrect, I will apologize. I was not
Okay, all
incorrect.
right, we'll just leave it in there then.
So, folks,
Motion to adjourn, please.
second.
Thank
So
you.
we're not approving minutes, perfect.
That's fine.
Fine.
All right, roll call vote. Melissa?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Chris?
No.
Carlo? Yes. Meeting is adjourned.